Yes, hello, greetings to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on any part of the globe where you are. Welcome to COP28 and beyond, Climate Relief and Recovery Paths to Peace. Today, in this webinar, we're going to explore the integration of climate action and peace building, highlighting the essential role of global cooperation in tackling urgent challenges like climate change, socioeconomic inequalities, and global conflicts. This session builds on the momentum of COP27, Climate Responses for Sustainable Peace, and COP28 Declaration on Climate Relief, Recovery, and Peace. We will delve into the operationalization of peace-positive climate action, examine key aspects of COP28 Declaration objectives and mandates, and how it reinforces peace and resilience through inclusive strategic climate policies. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Harvard Salata Institute for Climate and Sustainability, the Harvard Weatherhead Center for International Affairs, and their dedicated staff, as well as the Harvard Radcliffe Class of 1973 for their invaluable support in making this dialogue a reality. Climate 27, Climate Responses for Sustainable Peace, marked the first time that a COP presidency had introduced an initiative addressing the intersection of climate and peace. After this, and building on this momentum, COP28 Declaration on Climate Relief, Recovery, and Peace signified a major advancement in climate policy, formally linking climate funding with conflict resolution for the first time in a COP declaration. This landmark initiative aimed at addressing the critical vulnerabilities of countries affected by conflict and fragility, which are disproportionately impacted by climate change. By emphasizing conflict sensitivity and anticipatory action, this declaration seeks to ensure that climate programs do not exacerbate existing tensions, but rather foster sustainable development and peace building. This approach calls for immediate and substantial financial support, enhanced technical and institutional capacities, and robust partnerships to build resilience in the most vulnerable regions.
Last year witnessed unprecedented extremes in both climate change and conflict. While conflicts escalated by around 12% in comparison to 2022, global average temperatures reached 1.6 Celsius above pre-industrial levels, making it the hottest year on record. While some academics argue that there might not be a direct causality between climate change and conflict, there's a broad-based consensus that climate change significantly amplifies the risks and drivers of conflict and instability. Extreme climate events and conflicts exacerbate, for instance, food and water shortages, which can drive displacement. According to UN figures in 2022, climate-related disasters accounted for nearly half of the newly reported displacements. Currently, 60% of refugees and internally displaced persons reside in countries highly vulnerable to climate change. Fragile and conflict-affected countries are particularly susceptible to the impacts of these events. From this context arises the significance of COP28 Declaration on Climate Relief, Recovery, and Peace. The declaration underscores the urgent need to address socioeconomic inequalities and to integrate climate funding with conflict resolution efforts. It acknowledges the fundamental need to adopt a comprehensive approach to addressing the intertwined challenges of climate change and conflict, making a significant step towards a more inclusive and effective global climate policy. By fostering global partnerships and leveraging academic and research insights, the declaration aims to translate high-level commitments into practical solutions. In this spirit of global partnerships, we are honored today to host a distinguished high-level panel of experts on climate, peace, and security. Their diverse perspectives and expertise will guide us in navigating and understanding the complex interplay between climate change peace building, and how they will shape the international agenda in the future. Let me now proceed to the introduction of our esteemed panelists. We have with us today Ambassador Tanja Miskova from Slovenia. Ambassador Miskova is Ambassador at Large for Water Diplomacy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia. She has a distinguished career in diplomacy where she served in various high-level positions, including the Director General for Multilateral Affairs and Development Cooperation and the head of the Department for Emerging Threats and Challenges. She was also the Slovenian ambassador to Egypt and served as diplomatic advisor to the President of Slovenia. Throughout her career, Ambassador Miskova has focused on fostering international cooperation and addressing global challenges through innovative and sustainable solutions. Her expertise in multilateral diplomacy and commitment to development has made significant contributions to Slovenia's foreign policy. We're happy to have you with us today, Ambassador. Let me also welcome Ambassador Ahmed Abdellatif from Egypt. Ambassador Abdellatif is the Director General of the Cairo International Center for Conflict Resolution, Peacekeeping and Peace Building, commonly known as CCCPA. He also served as the Executive Director of the Aswan Forum for Sustainable Peace and Development and chairs the African Union's network of think tanks for peace. As a career diplomat, Ambassador Abdellatif has a long-standing experience in multilateral affairs with a focus on global issues, including sustainable development, trade, energy, innovation, and knowledge governance. He has served in several high official roles, including the permanent missions of Egypt to the UN and the World Trade Organization in Geneva, the permanent observer of the International Renewable Energy Agency to the United Nations, and chief of the agency's New York office. Ambassador Abdellatif holds a master's degree in public international law from the London School of Economics, a bachelor's degree in political science from the American University in Cairo, and a diploma from Sciences Po in Paris. We're also glad to have with us today Special Envoy Hans Ibrecht from Norway. Mr. Ibrecht is the Policy Director for Energy, Climate and Food Security at the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. With over 30 years of experience in government, international organizations, research, and consulting, his expertise spans development cooperation, climate change, energy, water resources, and environmental financing. He is a board member of the Green Climate Fund and previously served on the Adaptation Fund board, including as chair. He co-facilitates the multi-stakeholder technical advisory group on Sustainable Development Goal 7, which is related to clean and affordable energy at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the UNDESA. He is also the ministry's focal point for water and sanitation. Mr. Ibrecht has worked with North America's Aerospace Defense Command, the World Bank, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. He holds a master's degree in environmental engineering from the University of Washington and civil engineering from the Norwegian Institute of Technology. And last but not least, we're happy to have Dr. Kira Winke from Germany. Dr. Winke is the head of the Center for Climate and Foreign Policy at the German Council on Foreign Relations. She is also co-chairs the advisory board to the German federal government on civilian crisis prevention and peace building. From 2014 to 2022, she worked at the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. And before joining the German Council on Foreign Relations, she headed the East Africa, Peru, India Climate Capacities project there. Dr. Winke was a research analyst to the director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, and also for the German Advisory Council on Global Change to the federal government. She has extensive field experience in South Asia, the Pacific, and Sahel. Dr. Winke completed her doctoral dissertation at Humboldt Universität zu Berlin on climate change and migration. She has been a member of the advisory board of Germany's Federal Academy for Security Policy since 2022. She is also a member of the board of trustees of the German Climate Foundation and of the World Vision Deutschland. And as moderators of this webinar, please allow me to introduce my colleague, Diego Osorio. Diego is a fellow at Harvard's Weatherhead Center for International Affairs. He has 25 years of global experience in climate security and conflict, focusing on peace-building efforts and sustainable development in conflict-affected regions. He has worked with several multilateral organizations, including the United Nations, the NATO, the World Bank, and the Canadian government. Diego is also an adjunct professor and associate fellow at several universities. His research interests include complexity and network theory, fragility, and institutional design.
And do let me introduce my colleague, Angie Said, who is also a fellow at Harvard Weatherhead Center for International Affairs. She's also currently a PhD candidate at George Mason University's Carter School for Peace and Conflict Resolution, focusing on the political economy of conflict and the role of economic and political institutions and the private sector. She has taught at George Mason University and Harvard, specializing in conflict resolution, peace building, and the Middle East. Angie's research interests include post-conflict peace building, identity and conflict, and environmental peace building. Angie is also a diplomat who is currently on a study leave from the Egyptian Foreign Service. She has over 14 years of experience working on the Middle East, European affairs, environment, and sustainable development. Let's begin. Right. So, Dr. Vinke, thank you for coming and with us here. Let's start with the first question, if I may. While some argue that there is no direct causality between climate change and conflict, it's widely accepted that climate change amplifies risk and instability. Given this panel's focus, Dr. Vinke, could you share your insights on how climate change exacerbates conflict? How does it fuel political and social tensions, increasing conflict and insecurity? For instance, what are the security implications of climate-induced migration, especially concerning resource allocation and border management?
Thank you for your question, Diego. I really appreciate being in this esteemed panel to discuss these very important topics today. So if you think about the different impacts of climate change, droughts, floods, storms, they meet very different societies. They affect very different economic systems. They affect very different geographical areas, and they sort of weave themselves through these very different systems. And of course, not all societies share certain markers of resilience, and this means that climate change can lead to instability. For example, by reducing livelihood options, by reducing the economic livelihoods of people, but also by destroying identities. So it's often not only a question of economic security. This is the first thing one can think of. If you have severe climate impacts, you may have a hunger crisis. But you may also have the issue that people are losing livelihoods, and these livelihoods are often tied to cultural practices, to traditions, to a variety of other aspects. And if these get lost, then in turn, then you have people who are losing parts of their identity, so to say, or the basis for their identities. And then there's a sort of vacuum there that can also be used by other groups, perhaps extremist groups, perhaps people who want to mobilize for a certain conflict. And this is then a sort of climate change is a sort of door opener for creating more conflict constellations for violent groups to use these conflicts of interests to then turn into sort of violent conflicts. So it's a very intricate mechanism, and it's important to understand that it's not sort of an automatism that if you have a climate impact, you have a sort of conflict outbreak. No, it is very context dependent. And of course, the more adaptive capacity you have, and the weaker the climate impact is, the more resilient you are towards conflict outbreaks, and increased conflict constellations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vinke. And that gives me a good way to follow up on this question. You mentioned resilience and you mentioned the adaptive capacities of countries. And we know that many countries impacted by climate change, they are already facing financial hardships. And for this, a key focus of COP27 was on the implementation of financial mechanisms designed to support developing countries address and mitigate the damages that are created due to climate change. And these negotiations have resulted in the Loss and Damage Fund, which became operationalized at COP28. From your perspective, could you elaborate on how the implementation of the Loss and Damage Fund at COP28 will address actually challenges such as climate-induced migration, displacement, and how will it assist the affected population in restoring their livelihoods?
Thank you. So the Loss and Damage Fund was a breakthrough. Its agreement was a breakthrough, and then last year's initial capitalization of the fund was a breakthrough because there was a lot of resistance towards such a funding mechanism that focuses on the after effects of climate change, right? So on the already occurring losses and damages that are becoming more and more visible. However, the contributions to the fund are still much too low to make a significant impact on any of the areas that you have just outlined. So, for example, we have had recent flooding in the state of Bavaria in Germany, and their emergency relief was pledged just for the very initial period of 100 million euros. This is the same amount that Germany pledged also to the Loss and Damage Fund. Yeah, and you can see by that this is quite a limited amount of money, and it can only do so much and can only help so many people. So, of course, given the financial constraints, it is important to allocate the funding adequately and also establish a smooth operation of the fund so that also smaller actors can access these funds. So, for example, low-lying island states that are heavily affected by climate change impacts and who don't have very large economies at the moment, that they are able to receive funding through this instrument, but also the whole question of how to further capitalize the fund is of vital importance. Only through mitigation, this fund will be able to be effective in the sense that if we don't stop carbon emissions, if we don't phase out fossil fuels, then we will see losses and damages on a scale that no fund on this planet will be able to offset, because then we are running very, very high risks. And you mentioned climate change and migration, and I think you also mentioned it briefly. This is, of course, a topic that is already occurring. We are already witnessing displacement in various regions of the world. Sometimes it's short-term displacement and people can return. Sometimes the devastation is so large that people cannot return for prolonged periods of time and then require assistance to be able to return, or also to be able to build resilience towards climate shocks in order to withstand these shocks better than at the moment, because many smallholder farmers don't have access, for example, to crop insurances, which will become more important in the future. Also, some funds will be necessary to move people out of harm's way. So there will be areas, as we have not been able globally to limit global warming effectively so far, meaning that we have continued to use fossil fuels. And we're now seeing the after effects of this at around 1.23 degree warming. And this then means that we are also facing these extreme weather events that are already displacing people, already increasing the risk for people to be affected adversely in their health, in their well-being. And so if we look further down the line, there may become more areas where people will require assistance, be it financial assistance, be it planning assistance, and also the freedom of choice to move out of harm's way.
Just to follow up on this question, do you envision a role for the private sector and in these funds that are contributed?
Yes, I do envision a role for the private sector, in particular when it comes to mitigation, because right now we have the situation still that the negative externalities of the usage of fossil fuels is not internalized. So this needs to be further done. I mean, there's the ideas of carbon pricing, etc. But also increasing environmental standards, increasing environmental safeguards, along with social safeguards. These are all options where the private sector can also, for example, through corporate social responsibility measures, also contribute in the sense that they can also help their companies to adapt, because this is yet another question. We talked a lot about individuals and communities, but also companies will have to adapt to climate change, and then this then goes hand in hand often with how the overall community in certain areas will adapt to rising extreme weather events, for example. So private funding is important. We will need much more private funds in order to kind of realize this transition away from fossil fuels and into more climate neutral factors, but also on this adaptation, on the climate security side, on all these questions, we need better foresight, better preparedness of companies, so they're not ripple-on effects for the wider economies if these extreme events hit, and also more mobilization of private funding.
And so the private sector is always risk averse. In your opinion, how can we incentivize the private sector to actually invest more in climate resilient activities, particularly in the fragile and conflict countries that are most vulnerable to these impacts?
You need definitely de-risking, and maybe somebody else wants to comment on this as well. You need ESG measures. I know this is quite controversial now in the US, but I firmly believe this is not a politicized issue, but an issue that concerns all of us. And you need to lower capital costs.
Well, thank you so much, Ambassador. Reflecting on recent climate initiatives, we see increasing efforts to link climate response with sustainable peace and development. And in this context, I now turn to Ambassador Abdel-Latif. Ambassador Abdel-Latif, if you could please elaborate on the factors that have led to the initiative by the Egyptian presidency of COP27 on climate response for sustainable peace, the CRISP initiative, and the subsequent COP28 declaration. What role did CCCPA play in this context, and how do these initiatives address the growing challenges of climate change, conflict, and sustainable development?
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be with you in this important discussion. I really appreciate the opportunity and the invitation. On the reasons that made us come forward with the initiative, I would say there are two reasons, and important ones to highlight. First is that we are a peace and security institution, and we are also the secretariat of a forum called the Aswan Forum for Sustainable Peace and Development, which is one of the main peace and security forums in Africa, and was launched in 2019. And we realized that when it was in the first edition in 2019, really climate change really almost didn't feature in it, and it came to the realization, as we were also heading towards hosting COP27, that we really needed to have this discussion in these type of settings. And so in the run-up to COP27, the edition of the Aswan Forum that was held that year had a really in-depth discussion on peace, climate interlinkages around a variety of issues on mobility, displacement, food security, and other issues. And it was very clear that really that there is really an important momentum around these issues, but it really needs to be anchored in the ownership of countries, in the leadership of countries, and that they need to take really an important role in taking this interface forward. So as a result of the Aswan Forum, when we came to COP27, the Egyptian COP presidency, based on the forum's deliberation, launched the Climate Responses for Sustaining Peace initiative at COP27, and it has been since then really recognized as one of the important initiatives in this area. It was the first time that a COP presidency came forward with an initiative at COP on this. And in terms of the framing, the narrative around these issues is very important. And we, as a developing country, as an African country, we felt that the narrative around this issue was really did not sufficiently integrate the priorities, the circumstances, the unique challenges faced by these countries, in particular in Africa, in terms of their already existing vulnerability that are further exacerbated by climate change. So when we looked at the priorities of the COP27 in terms of adaptation, in terms of climate finance, in terms of resilience, in terms of putting forward climate mobility for the first time, in the COP outcomes, it seems to us that if we tackle this interface, we need to bring on board, we need to anchor this interface also in climate responses, in responses to adaptation, to climate finance. And this had not been sufficiently done at that point. The entry point had been rather peace and security bodies, right? Rather than the climate platforms. And it was the first time also that this discussion came in a very strong manner at COP. And we were surprised that, COP had not been more a space for this discussion, because the COP process has in it all the issues. All the stakeholders are represented, from women, youth, indigenous peoples, to all the issues, water, agriculture, finance, all of these communities. So we wanted to open up this climate, peace, and security interface to all this wide array of expertise and stakeholders that have a contribution to make to it. And this proved to be really a very successful approach, because indeed it really put this issue squarely in the COP context, and it shifted the narrative from a one on climate security to one on climate peace and security, anchored in national ownership and specificity, in adaptation, in the mobilization of climate responses. And then we have worked to operationalize these initiatives to bridge the gaps. There are still huge gaps between the climate architecture and the peace architecture, whether it's internationally, regionally, nationally. The tools, the policy frameworks in these areas do not talk sufficiently to each other, do not dialogue sufficiently with each other, and there is a need to make that happen. And it will not happen naturally. You need dedicated platforms, initiatives to achieve that. And CRISP did give a push towards that, and we have been operationalizing this initiative since then through capacity building. We developed the first training program in Africa on climate programming for sustaining peace, bringing these interlinkages to government departments and officials in Africa, working on climate, humanitarian issues, interior, finance, but also trying to address knowledge gaps, working at where are the issues that needs to be more fine-tuned and addressed. We launched an important paper with NUPI on these issues, and we're continuing on doing that, particularly on climate mobility. I think if we look at this nexus, climate mobility is a really key issue in it. Sharm el-Sheikh put a highlight on it, and we will continue to do so. We saw that COP28 had this declaration adopted, as you mentioned. The CRISP initiative is referenced in it, and we're happy to contribute to the implementation of the declaration through these types of work we are doing at addressing policy, knowledge, and capacity gaps. Climate finance is important. There's well established that there's not enough climate finance flowing to conflict-affected countries. They're doubly penalized by conflict and climate. But I think it's important to underline that finance doesn't solve anything, and is not the silver bullet. If you don't have the right policy framework, if you don't have these frameworks on climate change and peace working in sync, it will be challenging, even if we have more climate finance flowing into these settings. So I will stop here in terms of the rationale and what drove this initiative and how it has been implemented and will continue to be so through in support of the implementation of the COP28 declaration. And to COP29, we will have the next edition of the ASWAN Forum, 2nd and 3rd of July. We will have COP29 there, also to point to how do we take this discussion towards the next COP. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, Dr. Winke, we know that you have to leave for have a meeting at the German Parliament. So let me ask you one question that is related to what Ambassador Abdelatif had mentioned, is the vision for COP29. I mean, we have discussed some of the elements of innovative financing for what's included in the declaration, but also what would you like to see out of the COP29 in terms of principles and concepts that need to be emphasized? What would be the next step, in your opinion, out of this declaration? What is your wish list for the COP29 on the very important field of climate and the intersection with security? Dr. Winke?
Thank you so much, and my apologies for having to leave a little bit earlier, and thanks for giving me the opportunity again to speak. So my hope for the COP is that it will bring the global community again together around the climate issue. We see in many elections right now that climate change has fallen off the political agenda. It's not seen as a priority for many voters again. And I think this can only be achieved through a sort of stronger thinking of the interlinkages between climate and economic security, which is a baseline for our common security and also for the climate security nexus. So I hope there is greater recognition of this. I hope there is more funding going in this area, and in particular into the field of environmental peace building. I think this is a tool where communities can organize together to solve environmental issues together, or to improve the management of ecosystems in order to achieve better outcomes for their livelihoods, but then also to bring potentially actors that are that have a conflict of interest together again to resolve conflicts around environmental issues. So I think this is a promising tool, and at the same time, I think it is important that we sort of mainstream climate into other aspects of peace building and civilian crisis prevention, and also that we make climate adaptation programs more conflict sensitive, because this may also be more and more an issue as we see more and more adaptation programs, or also as we see the deployment of renewable energy schemes. We do not want to repeat past mistakes of fossil fuel rollout, where communities have been displaced because of large infrastructure projects, where there was not enough community-led processes in order to be more inclusive and also bringing more voices on board. So I do think to mainstream these conflict sensitivity into the climate projects, if we can get more momentum on this in the next COP, then we would be a step further.
Thank you so much. Thank you also for your participation. So, Ambassador Tanya Miskova, Ambassador, considering the advances in water diplomacy and their impact on regional cooperation, in which you have played a very important role, in what ways can water diplomacy serve as a model for integrated approaches to managing other climate-related challenges? And what lessons can be learned from successful examples of transboundary water governance? A bit of transposing from an area where we have done a lot, and what lessons can we put onto other areas as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. Let me start with two statements, which I think are relevant for everything I'm going to talk about today. The first is climate change manifests itself primarily through water, through changes in the water cycle, while most water-related challenges are not a result of climate change. Some are, but most are not. And my second statement is water nor climate change neither recognize national or state borders. Now, on integrated approaches. Water is a cross-cutting issue par excellence. It touches upon every aspect of our lives, our economies, societies, and nature. So if you consider water in isolation in the water bubble, you will most probably fail in your endeavors. So thinking outside the water box, taking a multidisciplinary approach is key. So we need is integrated planning approaches that address climate mitigation and adaptation, integrated water resources management, and disaster risk reduction planning. And these need to be reconciled with the objectives of other sectoral policies, such as spatial planning, nature conservation, energy, agriculture, food. So these integrated planning approaches also represent essential preventive actions. This is something that, of course, is not easy and keeps all governments awake at night. There are some helpful tools that exist. For example, standardized social and environmental impact assessments on the nexus between the sectors, scenario-based analysis, diagnostics on climate change effects on water availability. So understanding the interlinkages between water and food, energy production, and ecosystems improves the capacity to identify synergies and anticipate and minimize trade-offs between sectors. Now, if we take this nexus approach to the transboundary level, things may get more complicated or the opposite. With the nexus approach, we can actually enlarge the cake. So you're not talking only about managing the river, you are also talking about sustainable tourism or navigation along the river, joint hydropower projects, agriculture projects, etc. The nexus approach, informed by technical studies or joint diagnostics, can serve as an excellent conduit for resolving transboundary water sharing or water quality issues. In regions with highly imbalanced resources, security in all parts of the nexus can only be achieved through regional cooperation and a multi-sectoral planning approach. Just to give you two examples, a scenario-based analysis on nexus assessment on water and energy for the Sir Darya Basin in Central Asia proposed investing in renewable energy and energy efficiency to reduce stress on shared water resources, and at the same time, for agriculture, it suggested improving water efficiency, crop switching, and land reform. And another example is, there are also simple, low-cost, replicable nexus solutions that provide multiple benefits with no negative externalities. For example, in Skadar Lake area, it's transboundary lake in the Drin River Basin in the Western Balkans, whereby using invasive lake species to produce biofuel, they significantly reduced logging in the area, in addition to cleaning the waters of the lake. However, when talking about transboundary water cooperation, the cooperation itself, I want to stress, is not the ultimate goal, because not all transboundary cooperation is beneficial to all parties. Some cooperative agreements have, due to their skewed nature, proven even destructive for the weaker riparians. And cooperation and conflict often coexist. Only cooperative mechanisms that are equitable, just, transparent, inclusive, and sustainable can bring benefits to all riparian countries. They work best when they are based on international water law and its principles, and entail a degree of flexibility that enables effective responses to newly emerging challenges, such as the effects of climate change. Let me stop here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So now I'll move to commitments. And when we talk about climate change and climate action, we always speak about the need for commitment. Norway has been one of the countries that is strongly committed to the climate, peace and security agenda, and it has significantly contributed to proactive stances in international forums on these global issues. Special Envoy Ibrek, let me ask you, why does Norway places such a high value on this agenda? And what are the key motivations behind its powerful role?
Thank you very much. First of all, sorry for being a little bit late, but I've been flying in from Climate and Security NATO meeting in Reykjavik, but I just made it to the office. So in terms of addressing your question, let me take one step back a little bit and build on some of the comments that my colleagues have made and talk a little bit about the evolution of the climate and security agenda that we've subsequently added peace to. At COP26, I think we only had one event related to climate and security at COP27. Thanks to Ahmed and his team, at least we had 10 plus events, and the presidency initiative, the CRISP initiative. So I would really like to applaud and thank Ahmed and his team for putting this issue on the COP agenda, but it's not necessarily on the COP agenda. It is part of the COP. I would like to underscore that. And then, of course, also at COP28, we also had about 10 plus events, and then the launch of this declaration, Climate Relief, Recovery and Peace Declaration, that subsequently about 140 countries signed up to. But I think it's important to note that this is not part of the formal COP process. This is what I would label as the action agenda. So it's not part of the formal negotiations, because I think we need to be aware of the fact that this is a contagious issue, and it's going to be, if this issue had been negotiated formally within the UNFCCC, I don't think honestly that we would have gotten anywhere. But it's really important that we use the COPs as a platform to build the agenda, and also to do outreach and inform the outer world what we are doing in terms of these activities. Of course, lately some of these initiatives has also been related to climate finance, especially how we can make sure that resources could flow to the LDCs and conflict-affected countries. And of course, then the COP29 will be the finance COP, so it's going to be also interesting to see how we can play into this agenda. So then back to the specific question, why is this high on the Norwegian agenda? And I think there are actually 4 key factors into this. Climate is a key priority for us in our development cooperation, and increasingly in our foreign policy. We're one of the largest providers of climate finance. We're also a large actor when it comes to humanitarian support, development cooperation. We are still sticking to the 1% GDP target. There are not many other countries doing the same. We then, within our development cooperation, have a clear focus on Africa and the least developed countries. And the third, maybe the key factor, is that Norway, we are also a peace nation, because we have a relatively strong team helping to mediate and do reconciliation in all kinds of conflict situations in the world. And we've also been a large supporter to peacekeeping efforts within the UN system. So this all came together then in our bid for a seat on the Security Council, and subsequently we made climate and security a key priority when we served in the Council in 21 and 22. And I'm not going to go into details, so we actually managed to move the agenda forward in the Council there, but some keywords we wanted to get out of Africa, so we managed to get it on the agenda for Cyprus, Iraq, Afghanistan. We wanted to take the agenda from the preambular paragraphs to the operational paragraphs, from PPs to OPs. We also spearheaded an initiative promoting renewable energy and peacekeeping. We failed on a thematic resolution, and it was vetoed by Russia, and that was the only veto we got in 2021, actually, in the Security Council. And of course, we supported efforts to build capacity in the UN. And a key issue for us, and that's linked to the organizers here, of course, we need to improve the analytical basis for our work, and we need to fill the library. And I think that has been really key for us, and this is something that we will continue to do in our efforts moving this agenda forward. I think I stop there.
Well, thank you so much, because this is very much in line with what I will be asking Ambassador Miskova. I mean, we consider the critical impacts of climate change on water resources. We have discussed some of these issues, but if we take all the progress that has been done institutional, operationally on the water diplomacy element, on the water and climate change interface, what will be the key elements that we can take from that in terms of what needs to be emphasized for data sharing and collaborative research? How this cooperation, resource management build trust, and what are the elements of interdisciplinarity that need to emerge from this collaboration that we take from water diplomacy and that we follow the lead that has been mentioned by Special Envoy Ibrek in terms of transposing that cooperation of knowledge and institutionality so that we can expand it to the rest of the field. Thank you.
Muted.
Okay.
Just realized. You mentioned data. Data remains one of the biggest challenges when it comes to water for a variety of reasons. But good news is that independent data from neutral sources, such as satellites, remote sensing, can help overcome the reluctance to share data. Expert-level cooperation on climate change effects based on verifiable and trustworthy data can gradually build trust and open the door for political agreements. Initiating an independent climate risk analysis can also lead to shared understanding and consequently shared solutions. Or when a certain solution, let's say water solution or even climate solution, is costly or complex to implement, and the government are reluctant to undertake, if it also depends how you frame it. For example, if you point out when we talk about a certain water solution that, for example, this solution will reduce your dependence on water resources from the neighboring countries, which means it changes your geostrategic calculus, it stands a much better chance of being accepted by the decision makers. I also want to stress that transboundary water cooperation is critical yet often underexploited facet of climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies. Transboundary river systems can serve as incubators for innovative methods of transboundary cooperation, for example, formulating transparent and equitable processes for adopting basin-wide climate mitigation and adaptation measures. Climate change also enlarges the planning space and enables finance and solutions for climate adaptation at the national level that would otherwise be more difficult to get.
And may I have a quick follow-up on this? Because one of the things that do emerge is that in the water field, there seems to be a sense of unity in terms of the purpose and the objectives of the research. Everybody's going more or less on the same parameters. Is there space for a potential similar thing on the largest element of climate and security? Because we do see different streams, they're connected, but the collaboration and the inter-exchange is not at the optimal. Would this be something that can be approached in the COPs in the future?
Yeah, I mean, what I see, water has been a recent addition to the COPs. It was Egypt who first introduced water and the relevance of water and water-related ecosystems for climate adaptation to the COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, and the UAE then picked it up and developed it further. So water and water-related ecosystems are now recognized as an important contributing factor when it comes to climate adaptation, which is something that, of course, climate scientists know. But on the political level, it's been something that we had to really fight hard to be, for it to be accepted. Where we still are still fighting, and I hope we can succeed at this in Azerbaijan, is that we need to consider also water and water-related ecosystems when it comes to mitigation. How are we going to, decarbonize the energy sector without water? I think it's a pretty impossible task. So, wetlands are much more effective carbon sinks than forests, for example. So these are the issues that we're still trying to struggle with in the COP negotiations. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And this is a good place to pick up on my next question to Ambassador Abdulatif. Ambassador, you mentioned that climate finance is important side by side with having the right political frameworks and strategies to take to advance steps in climate action. And I feel that from the discussion, we see that the political frameworks have been advancing, maybe not at a very rapid pace, but you see the integration of peace and development issues and climate agenda and water adaptation and climate agenda. So let me go back to climate finance. And according to a report by UNEP, developing countries will need an annual financial commitment of $215 to $387 billion throughout this decade to effectively implement the climate agenda. Yet there seems to exist a substantial gap between the financial needs and what is available out there. Given the lack of funding mobilized so far, how can we maintain trust in the process? And how can we ensure that countries remain committed to climate action if they are developing frameworks but they do not have enough resources to implement these frameworks? Additionally, with countries receiving less funding for adaptation, how can we preserve their incentives to implement climate change mitigation programs and support adaptation efforts?
Ambassador.
I'm muted, sorry. Yeah, thank you for these very important and very good points. And as you point out, the needs of adaptation finance are huge, in the hundreds of billions. And yet Africa, for example, received just 30 billions per year for climate adaptation. So it's really very little compared to the huge needs you mentioned. So I think, as you say, we are seeing increasing movement, awareness in the policy process about the importance of this, about addressing it. Again, Egypt in COP27 put this issue on the top of the priorities, scaling up climate finance, adaptation finance in particular, doubling it. So the momentum and the political momentum, the drive, the priority given by country is there, but the numbers are not yet there on how much this is being scaled up. For conflict-affected countries, there's a well-known number that they receive 1/80th only of climate financing in terms of comparison with non-fragile contexts. So again, huge gap. So I think we need to match the political will with the commitments in terms of climate finance, in terms of, as it was mentioned, the loss and damage fund. I think this is an example again of an important progress made, but we need to match this progress on the policy processes, on the decision taking with actual funding being put forward. But it's also very important to link this issue to also the reform of the international financial architecture, the reform of the MDBs, and the link is not sufficiently made. There's an important agenda. There's the Bridgetown agenda by the Prime Minister of Barbados. It is, the way to address structuring this issue is also to reform how climate finance and IFIs and MDBs operate. And again, this was an important outcome of the Sharm el-Sheikh COP. For the first time, Sharm el-Sheikh, a COP put forward or mentioned explicitly the reform of the international financial architecture as important to scale up climate finance by integrating better climate risk, climate considerations in the lending decisions, by increasing concessional lending and grants, and really rethinking, making the finance architecture fit for the climate age. That is a much bigger agenda, and again, is not sufficiently linked with discussion on climate peace and security, on addressing fragility, but it should be. Again, we're seeing a lot of goodwill, a lot of movement. If we look at GCF, for example, the Green Climate Fund, it is working now in Somalia. It was always pinpointed as an example of a country that needs climate finance that has very limited access to it. The director of the GCTF visited Somalia. So there is really, it's important to recognize the progress made. but it is not yet sufficient. And just if I can mention, you know, a word that has not come sufficiently been mentioned and forward is the word partnerships in this discussion. You know, partnerships are critical. Partnerships are important to leverage, you know, capacities, expertise, but also resources. And it's fundamental, you know, for this discussion. And I want to also recognize the important role of Norway in this context that has been playing. Hans Olav in support of this agenda, the climate, peace, and security agenda. We were very supportive of the climate responses for sustaining peace initiative when it was launched. And again, Norway with its sovereign fund, also with its all of these tools could make a huge difference also in terms of some of the issues we're talking. Partnerships and countries who champion these issues, coming with bold solutions, you know, showing the way, that is also very important for advancing on this. And it should not be, of course, choosing between mitigation and adaptation. We need to make them work in sync. We need, of course, high ambition on mitigation. But given the numbers you mentioned and for the reasons I mentioned, we cannot have the levels of climate adaptation finance we have now. They are really, really low compared to the needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I guess not only kudos to Norway, but also to Slovenia, which is now carrying the flag for all of us on climate issues as well, the Security Council. Ambassador, for what you just said, and I wanted to follow up on this, is the role of technology and innovation plays in advancing the goals at COP28 declaration is extremely important. And we have discussed the finance, we have discussed the data sharing, we have different elements. Technology and methodology, things that needs to be done. What can we do? What can we say? What can we expect in terms of advances, collaboration, interinstitutionality in the areas of climate monitoring, early warning systems, and sustainable resource management? Ambassador Latif?
Sorry. I had problems unmuting, sorry. When it comes to technical innovation, you know, it sounds costly. It doesn't have to be, because, you know, countries that need assistance most cannot afford, you know, highly sophisticated and expensive technical solutions. But for example, even the use of satellites, if you go to the microsatellite technology, for example, Slovenia has one out there, and they offer actually very good cost-effective solutions, because, you know, they're very nimble and they can follow the course of the river. So just to give you an example, we're now doing a project within the Team Europe initiative on transboundary water management in Africa, where we use this microsatellite. We work with the university in Kenya to help them, you know, follow what's going on around the river, both in terms of, you know, pollution on their transboundary rivers, both in terms of pollution, but also in terms of climate stressors, so be drought or floods, because these microsatellites can measure a lot of things. It's extremely important in terms of disaster prevention efforts. So innovation, technology, you know, can enable a lot of solutions, but they must be cost effective, and I would say also easy to implement. And global solutions such as the UN Secretary General Early Warning for All is also a very important aspect of it. So there are you know, many solutions out there that are cost effective but need to be scaled up. And you know, climate finance and conflict areas was mentioned, and how we can surmount the many obstacles. Slovenia is supporting the UN Peacebuilding Fund. They do impressive work in conflict areas with their projects. A lot on water, a lot on climate adaptation. And the way they work is, basically with the local organizations, which know the context, the local context. They know how to make a project conflict sensitive and risk informed, and they know how to engage the local communities. So now the key issue is that even if you have a successful project that's flexible, that can adapt to the changing environments, there's still a problem that these projects usually last 2 to 3 years. What happens then when the financiers disappear? So these successful short-term projects need to be picked up by bigger donors or institutional donors, and then scaled up for greater efficiency and effect.
And just to follow up on the question of data and evidence-based policies, as Mr. Ibrek, how can evidence-based policies, how can evidence-based policy making be integrated into the implementation of COP28 to ensure that interventions are grounded not just on research, but also like research that is grounded in scientific evidence and best practices?
Thank you. Of course, science knowledge underpins everything that we are doing. Without good sound science and good analytical research, of course, we will not be able to come up with the sound decisions that we need. And of course, within the climate system, we have the IPCC, which is then providing us with the climate science. I think that's one caveat to this, of course, that a lot of the science work that IPCC is doing, because it's based on peer-reviewed research, and then you have basically looking backwards and not really forwards. And of course, when you are sitting in a ministry advising ministers to take decision, we have to look forward and sort of anticipate what's going to happen. And for us, of course, we cannot take the risk or wait until some of the researchers, for instance, take the link between climate and conflict, which is, I wouldn't say heavily contested among researchers, but at least it is contested. But of course, we cannot wait until we've gotten a clear scientific understanding of the links between climate change and security. So we have to move regardless. If we then take action too quickly based on bad science, yes, be it. On the climate aspects in general, I don't think we've been very good at listening to science, because science has been quite clear now for many years, but I don't really see our decision makers having, let's say, responded to the clear science that the scientists have provided us with. So there is a challenge there. If you then allow me to be also a little bit, because if you have been a minister or a CEO for one day, then you really understand how difficult it is to be a minister and the CEO with all the agendas and everything they have to consider. And I think one key challenge that at least I'm really concerned with today, that's looking at all the elections around the world. Half of the world's populations are going to vote this year, and when you see the outcome of various of these elections, I'm getting concerned, because that's also a clear indication that our political masters don't necessarily have the voters or the people with them in order to take the necessary action. So it's easy to be a bureaucrat sometimes, or a scientist, to say this is the right thing to do, but when you have to implement it, it is extremely difficult. Take one specific example: removing subsidies, be it from agriculture or fossil fuel subsidies. It's so easy to say that it makes financially sense to remove subsidies, but if you're sitting in the chair and you have to do it, then you risk being kicked out of the office within a few days, or at least at the next election. So this underscores the difficulties also the decision makers have in terms of responding to it. But underscoring this, of course, we need analytical research. I've been working as a researcher myself for 10 years. And I think that's extremely important, and that's what we are doing also in terms of supporting climate peace and conflict research through NUPI and CIPRI, the CJIR system that Diego was also part of before. There's one sort of not really research but analytical work I would like to highlight, and that's the World Bank's climate change and development reports, the CCDRs. They have looked actually at 40 plus countries. So please look into those CCDRs, because I think that's an excellent example of how we're merging climate and development. And then you as researchers also, we need to bring researchers together, because it's quite often you see the conflict researchers or the foreign policy researchers are not talking to the climate scientists again. So we need to bring the various areas of expertise or various scientific areas together, so you can come up with joint solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Ibrek, let me ask you one element here that is connected to what you just said. Actually, you started answering the question before I asked it. Basically, given the ongoing complexity and the urgency of these issues, we need to have clear sense of strategic priorities. And so what should be communicated? How can we ensure more transparency? From your opinion, and given the work that Norway has done in trying to inform and bring the science down to the level of decision makers, not just to the decision makers, we need to move further to the population. What else can be done to ensure that people understand what's at stake, and that we are able to, if we don't have the votes today, well, maybe one day we have the population behind us in order to make this happen? Because clearly what's at stake is not even comprehended at the moment, and we need to make sure that the population does. So in terms of transparency, accountability, what systems should be established to provide updates and to communicate to people? And what are the areas of focus for policymakers to make it so?
For me, when I did research myself, if I go back to my own career as a water resources manager, so I defined myself as a translator between the water scientists and the decision makers. And I think we need more of these translators between science and decision makers to make scientific information readily understandable for decision makers and the broader public. Of course, then it's also important that scientists, researchers engage in the public debate, because I would really encourage them to be more active in this public debate, because we need the voices from the scientists. But the main point for me is that we get this group of translators that can actually translate and make the scientific information relevant to the decision makers and to the public. And then, of course, we need, if you take a look at this from a sort of COP perspective, and if you allow me to go a little bit back on capturing some of this larger discussion that we had, because I think we have actually everything that we need in the toolbox. We have the ambitions, we have the technology, and we have the finance, and we have the knowledge. You know, it's a matter of connecting the dots and making sure that we are all working together and going in the same direction. And Ahmed also made the key point that we need to develop the necessary partnerships in order to go forward, because today it actually seems more or less like we're heading in the wrong direction. I alluded to all the elections coming up this year. So in order to move forward, we need to ensure broad-based public support, because without broad-based public support, we cannot do much. And if I allow me, I've not really looked at the list of participants here, but I think actually, or I'm posing the question back to maybe the audience, have we lost the youth, or are you still with us? Because I don't see the Greta Thunbergs anymore. She's grown up now and moved on, but I don't see the Friday for the Future, all the students that went on strike every Friday. I don't really see them out in the streets anymore. So I would really encourage the young people also now to start mobilizing more actively than I see currently happening. Thank you.
And Let me probably ask a question for all the panelists at this point, given the rich discussion that we had in the session. In your opinion, what are the things that help or get in the way of integrating climate action and peace building? And what are your visions and hopes for COP29 in Baku?
Ambassador Miskova first.
Yes, I think our German panelist mentioned in the beginning how it is crucial to include climate risks into basically everything we do. And especially, now, for example, that we are in the UN Security Council, building up on the great work of Norway. We are working towards including the climate security risks into preventive peace building, peacekeeping efforts, into the mandates of the missions, and also in terms of reducing the carbon footprint of the UN peace operations, which can be huge. But definitely, I think the UN actually is doing great work on that. And I've had a lot of discussions with the UN system and in New York, but also with the climate advisors in missions on the ground. And the awareness of what should be done and how we should streamline climate agenda with peace and security agenda, especially with peace building, is definitely there. And there's a lot of great work being done on the ground by the climate advisors, and their number is increasing. And the European Union is following suit with its comprehensive approach to climate, peace and security. NATO is following again. I think they just launched the Climate, Peace and Security Center of Excellence in Canada. So there is growing awareness that we need to integrate these two aspects in all manners possible. And I know it's not easy, and sometimes it's considered very costly, but it doesn't have to be. I've also consulted with Slovenian armed forces, and they developed very cost-effective solutions to diminish their climate and water footprint by enabling all sorts of technological innovation developed by our own scientists. So there's a lot out there going on, but it's a matter of scaling up and making it more effective.
Ambassador Ibrek.
Thank you. I feel that what's getting into the way, of course, there's too few actors, too few countries supporting this agenda. We have a Friends of Climate and Security group in New York. It's only about 60 countries participating there. Of course, through the CRISP initiative and also the UAE declaration last year, 140 countries signed up to it. But I think that was also an indication that you didn't really address the hardcore security questions, because this is quite controversial in many settings. So we need to build the evidence base. That's where research is coming in. We need to fill the library with good analytical work to increase the knowledge. And then hopefully through good analytical work and enhanced knowledge that we can get more countries to support this agenda. Going forward, we need to climate-proof peace building and conflict-proof climate action. And that's easy to say. It's a lot more difficult to do it. So that means we need to come up with practical ways and means in order to do so. And then training and capacity is also important. COP29 will be finance COP. And of course, we need to come out with some numbers from Baku at probably on Sunday morning or Monday morning. So that's going to be interesting to see how this is going to play out in terms of climate, peace and security. I would also like to note that we are then probably in a sensitive region also. So of course, we need to be mindful of that when we are moving this agenda forward. And then we're all looking forward to see the incoming presidency's action agenda, and they had a briefing today actually in Bonn, where we got at least some of the indications on what they will give priority to. And then we, at least all of us, we need to make sure that we are putting up relevant events in order to move the agenda forward. Thank you.
Ambassador Abdelatif.
Thank you. Thank you for these questions, and also appreciate the remarks of the previous speakers. Maybe before going to the expectations around COP, what can be done? I mean, I think that the journey of our center is quite representative of what has the transformation that have happened in this field. I mean, 2 years ago, when when I arrived and we're speaking about my colleagues about climate change, everybody was like, what do we have to do with that? We are a peace and security center. We work on and then in our own center, there's been a very significant evolution from a peace and security center working on peace and security to working on climate change, to being closely involved in the launch of the CRISP initiative, implementing the initiative, building new partnerships around that. So I think institutions. And that's my first point. What we are missing a bit still is the change of institutional culture in many institutions around this issue, around the holistic approach needed, about the interconnections, the entry points, and again. We are an example of, and we've gone a long way in terms of that, and it has brought us to partner with entities that we didn't have partnership with. And just to mention Slovenia, also the Slovenian Peace Operations Center, for example, is a center that through climate, they're also working on climate. We came to really dialogue on this issue and to compare our training approaches in this issue. They also have a course actually on training peace and security, on climate, peace and security. So many opportunities, new opportunities for collaboration with NUPI, also in Norway, working on knowledge products. So again, the institutional change, embracing this issue, but from, again, national ownership perspective, from building capacity, brings so many new opportunities and partnerships. Building expertise on this in the UN, in other organizations is good, but again, we need to have also to build capacity on this, capacity to act, to have holistic responses in developing countries and countries from the South, in particular African countries who are most affected. So it is not sufficient to have international regional organizations be addressing this issue, but you need capacities in the countries of the South. And going to COP again, finance, and I'm happy that there's going to be a renewed focus on finance, because this is where the needle needs to move significantly still. But again, finance in a framework where policy convergence or policy synergies are built, where linked to the global agenda of reform, of the IFI reform, for example, or the MDB's reform remains very important. Linked to the climate mobility agenda remains very critical as really at the centerpiece. I believe that displacement as a result of climate and the tensions it creates is really at the heart of this climate, peace and security interface. And communities on the front line also are the ones who are detrimentally impacted and don't have sufficiently access to finance themselves. It's not about countries only having access to finance, about the communities on the ground. So hopefully COP29 can move the needle on these things also. Again, in the Aswan Forum early July, we will have COP29 with us to address some of these issues and to see, also particularly African countries, they are elaborating a common African position on climate, peace and security that will be discussed, and they will be presented at COP29. So there's opportunity also for country leadership also on this issue to come forward. And we, as an African Union, also Center of Excellence, working with the African Union, we are really excited to be part also of that momentum of building African capacities and positions on these issues towards COP29. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just have a final common question for all of you. And let me wear my former diplomatic hat again, and a bit of design thinking, a bit of an institutional creation. is there a space for that? Is there a space for some sort of a follow-up institutional mechanism that connects with what has been achieved so far in terms of the declaration, the COP28 declaration, and what's going to happen in COP29? Should we do a bit of that? Because there needs to be an encompassing framework to connect AI researchers, climate scientists, conflict analysts, peace build practitioners, finance, and many others. We are really, in this particular field, dealing with something extremely focused on the maximum meaning of interdisciplinarity and interinstitutionality. So a simple question, is there space for an extra mechanism, institution, or something that will be able to facilitate the implementation and the follow-up of what needs to be established here? Let me start with Ambassador Ibrick.
I'm always skeptical to new acronyms, new mechanisms. That's where I'm coming from, in the sense that because they're so easy to come up with new proposals and new acronyms. We need to build on what we have first. So my control question back to you would be to first find out what we have. If there are some missing elements in that, then we all agree that the setting up a platform, interdisciplinary platform, is what's needed. By all means, let's do it. But let's build on what we have first before we go down the road and establish something new. So that's the long answer to your question. Thank you.
Ambassador Miskova?
I tend to agree. I'm always reluctant when new mechanisms are proposed, but maybe, one interesting thing, I found a proposal in the new Agenda for Peace by the UN Secretary General. There are several recommendations on climate, peace, and security, and one of them is to establish, under the aegis of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, a dedicated expert group on climate action, resilience, and peace building to develop recommendations on integrated approaches to climate, peace, and security. So maybe this would be a good solution.
Thank you. I tend to agree also about one has to be careful in terms of establishing new bodies or institutions. But I mean, your point is really spot on. This is such a cross-cutting issue that it really, and we have really seen it in the context of the CRISP initiative. I mean, it touches so many layers of knowledge, so many angles of it, and so many interlinkages. I mean, for example, the interlinkage of food and conflict, we know. But then if you add climate, food, and conflict, then they're bringing then climate, food, conflict, and water, and displacement. So it is the complexity and the knowledge gaps are around these interlinkages and how they operate in terms of context, the context specificity. So this is a true issue. And I think we need more interdisciplinarity. And I think the idea, I think there's been some effort to have common knowledge platforms around some of these issues and addressing the knowledge gap. And I think having an experts group or I think can contribute to that. But again, I think it's very important that you build the capacities in countries to address this interdisciplinarity and this cross-cutting aspect. Because again, if we have the academic knowledge but without the capacity then to deal with its implications, its recommendations, then that is challenging. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have a little less than 5 more minutes for our session. And to add to Diego's last question on institutions and the role, we are lucky to have this platform provided by Harvard University. And in that context, let me ask you, what role do you envision for universities? What role can they play to actually help in guiding evidence-based policies and helping to promote the initiatives that we spoke about?
Ambassador Miskova?
Well, they have a very important role. I mean, by following the trends and the needs that we just spoke about, of course, they need to adapt the knowledge creation. If we, let's say, we need this multidisciplinary science, and solutions, they need to provide the knowledge base for that. And also, I think Hans Olav mentioned the need. This is what I tell all my natural sciences colleagues, professors. You need to have, a special subject throughout your the faculty and throughout the 4 years of your studies in communicating science. It's a huge challenge, and they themselves complain about difficulties and challenges, in communicating, be it water or climate science. But we need them. For example, just to give you an example, last year we had catastrophic floods, which affected 2/3 of our country. And part of the damage that was done was also because people were building where they shouldn't have built. So planning, spatial planning was a major culprit in the damages caused. So one particular village of 150 households needs to be moved because it won't be safe anymore to live there. And convincing 150 households to move permanently from their land is not an easy task, and the government kept talking to them and failed. But it only succeeded when they brought a climate scientist with them. They closed the meeting, for media. They had a very in-depth discussion with the scientists, and then they were convinced to move. So communicating science, it's and how and effectively, people don't trust politicians, but they usually trust the scientists.
Ambassador Abdelatif?
Well, thank you. Universities have huge knowledge resources, have huge expertise, and I think they can contribute to bridging this gap between knowledge and policy. I mean, we need a policy to be better informed by analysis, by evidence, and there's still a huge effort to do that. So universities can contribute to that, but universities also, such as Harvard, can contribute to bring into the fold on these issues many universities in developing countries, in Africa, who are not on the same level of engagement, of understanding, of capacities, of resources, of expertise on these issues, through collaborations and through partnerships that can really, again, contribute to this creation of knowledge and expertise that we want in different parts of the world, and not just in a few places. Thank you.
Ambassador Ibrek.
Yeah, just full support to what Tanya and Ahmed just said. Of course, for me also, it's important that universities focus on the basic skills, the basic educations, and the basic skills that we all need going forward. And of course, you need to make sure that universities provide the students with, well, I'm usually saying, with the right toolbox to address the problems that they will be faced with going forward. And I think that is the key for a university, to ensure that the students that leave the universities have the right toolbox to start addressing this. And then also for students, pick the topic that you are really interested for. You have to get re-educated at some point in time, most likely anyway. And so then it's always good to have this basic toolbox. One request, I think, as this panel have shown, that Tanya and Ahmed, I will not talk about myself, but at least us that are doing some of the policy-related work that are really out there in, I wouldn't necessarily say the real world. I would also encourage universities to use us more. And Diego, you are yourself an example of that, with the background that you have from diplomacy and international organizations, and then going back to university and really use your experience. And I think for many of us sitting there just before we retire, we've been doing negotiations. We know the inside and out, and most of the researchers or the university staff will not get the chance to sit in the room when negotiations are happening, but actually some of us are sitting in there, so we know exactly what's happening. So use us also, and we are willing to contribute.
We will, for sure. Well, thank you very much for this. As we close this panel, we reflect on the groundbreaking innovations and collaborative effort that has characterized our global approach to climate and sustainability challenges. Today's discussion have not only underscored the urgency of the mission, but also the powerful synergy that emerges when diverse minds unite towards a common goal. And that follows what Ambassador Ibrek has just mentioned. So thank you all the participants, Ambassador Miskova, Dr. Vinke, Ambassador Abdelatif, and Ambassador Ibrek, for your contributions and to our global audience, not just today, but in the future, since this is recorded and will be online and available for everybody, for engaging with us in this important discussion. Together, we continue to push the boundaries of what is possible, driving forward innovation and action that will shape a more sustainable and peaceful world for future generations. This is certainly something that we all care about. Thank you all, and it's very, very enjoyable to continue in this journey with all of you. Thank you very much. Angie, thank you for your
Thank
work.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
through our doors. Your world expands. Spectacle of light, a symphony of sound.
Cuando entras a nuestra
Five reasons why we love. Five reasons why we love sea otters. Number 5, they're so fluffy. Number 4, they spin.
Good afternoon. I'm Lindy Funmutsius, the director of the Salata Institute's Climate Action Accelerator. Welcome back to Harvard Climate Action Week, Day 3. We're very excited to have this panel on museums as storytellers today. For those of you who joined us over the last few days, you know that storytelling and how we talk to people and illustrate the impacts of climate change was a theme that kept coming up over and over again. So it's very exciting to have 4 experts joining us today to dig into that a little bit deeper. I'd like to introduce Kathy Jones, the Director of Museum Studies at the Harvard Extension School and the sponsoring faculty for this session. Justin Crane, who works for Cambridge 7, Michael Dosman, who's joining us from the Arnold Arboretum, and Liz McDonald from the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Kathy, over to you.
Thank you so much, Lindy. It's such a pleasure to be here. Lindy and I have worked on this for at least 2 years, and now we finally have it happening. So without further ado, I just want to also say that I'm going to go to my first slide. Why now? And to let you know that why now? Because climate emergencies are all around us. You can look anywhere in the world. It could be here, it could be in California, it could be in India, it could be in Brazil. But it's not just now that we've been working on this as museum professionals. So I want to give credit to some of the pioneers in our field, like Sarah Sutton, who has worked over 2 decades to promote climate action for museums, and also Julie Decker at the Anchorage Museum, and those wonderful educators at the Science Museum of Minnesota, just to name a very few. So what do museums and aquariums and zoos do? Well, we talk about storytelling, as Lindy was saying, and we're quite good at that. We are collaborators, we work with community, and we are partnering as much as we can in ways that you might not imagine, but we'll hear from our speakers. So let's see what we're going to do. Liz McDonald is going to walk us through a branding change at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, which after 40 years might be overdue, but it also is a way to catalyze the work that they do and talk about the science behind a lot of what they do. Michael Dosman is going to talk about the work of the Arnold Arboretum, both in terms of keeping the collection alive, thinking about its future, thinking about its past, and what that means for all of us. And Justin Crane is going to talk about the work that Cambridge 7 has done with the New England Aquarium for many, many years, but more recently, his work in thinking about the facility and the animals and the all of the I don't know, I think it's just the animals in their care and how they need to be taken care of when there's a climate emergency or when there is normal time, if we can say that there is normal time. So that's what I wanted to say, and now we'll go to Liz. So over to you, Liz, and then I will introduce each speaker when it's time.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Kathy. And I think I have some slides prepared for today, but yeah, I'm excited to be here and to share with you how the Monterey Bay Aquarium is using our brand identity and messaging to advance ocean conservation. And really, ocean conservation is so deeply connected to climate change. And yeah, we'll get into that a little bit later in the presentation. But first, I'm going to tell you a little bit about who the Monterey Bay Aquarium is. I'll talk a little bit about our audience and the audience research that we've done to understand what our audience really expects from us as an aquarium and as a conservation organization. And then we'll take a look at our brand refresh and see some examples of how that plays out and how we are engaging our audiences with climate change and conservation messaging. So next slide, please. So yeah, here we go. Let's talk about who we are, our audience, and what they want. Next slide, please. So this is our mission statement. Our mission is to inspire conservation of the ocean. It's pretty simple. It's pretty clear. I love our mission, and I feel like all of the staff at the aquarium are really aligned and embracing of this mission. Below that, we have our vision statement, and you can take a moment to read that. But the thing that I would really call out about our vision statement is that we have shifted a bit, not to be solely focused on ocean conservation, but really a vision that encompasses people and the ocean and ocean wildlife, all of us thriving together in a holistic way. Next slide. We also really think of ourselves as more than an aquarium. Yes, we are a public facility. We have incredible, beautiful exhibits that engage the public. But we really do consider ourselves to be a conservation organization, sort of primarily. Like, we have an aquarium because it's a wonderful tool to bring people in and engage them in ocean conservation. But really, our mission is that ocean conservation aspect. And we also have teams that are working on the policy side of things, on the education side of things, and on the science and research side of things to advance that mission. Next slide. So to talk a little bit about who our audience is, I feel pretty good about the level of reach that the Monterey Bay Aquarium has, although we're also always trying to expand and reach more people and grow that. Our audience tends to be fairly young. A pretty significant portion of them are under age 35. We have about 71 million people who have visited the aquarium since we opened 40 years ago. And we've got about 3.7 million followers across our social media channels. So we have also this significant digital audience that we reach who may or may not ever actually visit the aquarium in person. And then since the pandemic happened, we have launched a series of free online courses for parents, for learners as young as pre-K all the way through high school, to take self-paced online courses about marine science topics. And since we launched that, we've had about 69,000 folks all across the country signing up for those. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to get a little bit into our market research and data. We work with a company called Impacts Experience, and they conduct this enormous sort of attitudinal survey of the US public. And that data really helps us know sort of where we stand in public opinion, as well as what is expected from us as an aquarium and an ocean conservation organization. So this is one of the metrics that we look at, which is, does the public trust Monterey Bay Aquarium to protect and conserve the ocean? And I think the thing that's interesting to look at about this is, generally this tells us, yes, they do. And that is something that has trended upward since the pandemic. I think that our digital platforms played a significant role in reaching more members of the public and being a source of trusted information for them during those times. Next slide, please. So another question that we ask the public in this survey is, what are California's 3 most important environmental issues? And you can see from this that climate change is by far the most important that people are seeing. And I think it's also really interesting to look at that bottom blue bar, which shows where folks were in 2015 compared to where we are now in terms of thinking about climate change as a important environmental issue. So again, we've seen that has grown significantly and is definitely on the minds of folks in California. Next slide, please. So this question tells us what we think, or what issues the audience thinks that we should be focusing on. So we ask questions like, going forward, how concerned should Monterey Bay Aquarium be with X issue? And once again, we see climate change at the top of this list. The public really is looking to Monterey Bay Aquarium to be a source of information about climate change, as well as endangered species and some of the other issues on there. Next slide, please. So this is the last bit of data that I will share with you all. But this slide shows where the public thinks we can actually make a meaningful difference. And here you'll see that endangered species does come up above climate change. Now, it's also really clear that those things are connected. But I think being an aquarium, people do think of us through the lens of our animals first. And so this does make sense. But animals also make really wonderful ambassadors to the public to be able to connect them to these underlying issues of climate change. So again, all this data informs our strategy, and we see that our audience both trusts us, that they are concerned about these issues, and that they think that it's relevant for us to be talking about these issues to them. Next slide. So here I'm going to change gears a little bit. You kind of got that background on the research that informs our strategies, but now I'm going to talk a little bit about our brand refresh that we are rolling out. It's our 40th anniversary year, so yay. And really the refresh, in some ways, it's not such a big change or like a whole complete, redo of our brand and our look and our feel. It's definitely an update to that. But in many ways, I think of it more as like a recommitment to really being the organization that we have been for the last 40 years that has established such a reserve of public goodwill and trust. So next slide, please. So just to give you a little bit of background on what our brand refresh process was, we partnered with Pentagram, who is a world-renowned design agency, and they've partnered with a number of other museums and institutions. And it was a very inclusive process to develop this rebrand. We actually worked with 150 aquarium staff through various surveys, workshops, feedback groups to develop these materials. Part of the process included doing retrospective and looking at the history of the brand over the past 40 years. We also did a little bit of an evaluation of other peer organizations. And we updated the look and feel, and we landed on a central brand idea that we call ooh and ah, and we'll tell you a little bit more about that. But now I'm going to pause for a moment and let you all take a look at my first video, which is, we call this sort of the sizzle reel, but it shows some of the ways that the visual aspects of the branding have been updated as part of this refresh. If you would play that first video, please. So thank you. Looks great, right? But underneath all of those design changes that you just saw, to the colors, to the fonts, some little refinements to our logo, we do have this underlying concept called the brand idea, ooh and ah. And this concept is really what we use to guide both the visuals of the brand as well as the words and the stories that we tell. It's kind of like our brand North Star that everything that we do connects back to. And the key thing about ooh and ah is that it really puts the emotional and sensory experience of the ocean front and center. That's really the way that we first connect with the audience, is through that emotional and sensory engagement. And then once we have sort of that connection on the emotional level, we can move into speaking more specifically about some of our conservation priorities. So next slide, please. So one of the things I developed for the aquarium as we were rolling out this new branding to our staff is this sort of simple framework of how to use ooh and ah in your everyday when, whether you're a person on the frontline floor staff or one of our conservation team members, as well as our marketing team. So the first thing we do is consider equity. Our team uses a tool called an equity filter, which is really just a set of questions that give us a moment to sort of pause, to look at our process and look at what it is that we're trying to create, and consider, are there potentially biases we're bringing into that work, thinking about, you know, who's in the room, who's at the table making decisions, who's not, how does it affect folks in our intended audience. So that's something that we apply at the start of projects, but also can be something that we refer to back at any point in the life cycle of a project. And this is something that the aquarium is really working to infuse in everything we do. And it kind of goes back to that new vision statement too, that really brings people into the center of our work. The next thing that we do is we always make the tone. Oh, sorry, can we go back to that slide? We try to make the tone really hopeful and passionate. We try not to do the sort of thing that gets people trapped in a feeling of negativity of like, but what do I do about it? We try to always kind of have this hopeful tone that a better world, that change is possible, and stay in that place that feels a little more motivating for folks. So once we framed things up with that sense of feeling and fascination, then we do move into our conservation priorities and connecting a message there. And again, trying to use sensory, you know, sight, sound, touch, smell, those kinds of things to really bring the audience physically into the experience. And then we also really love to incorporate fun, humor, and wordplay as part of our brand. So next slide, please. So here are our 4 conservation priorities. We are protecting ocean ecosystems. We are trying to end plastic pollution. We are always advocating for sustainable seafood and the transformation of our seafood system, as well as climate change. And climate change really is becoming a larger and larger focus for us. And really, those 3 other conservation priorities all are connecting back to it, because our coastal ecosystems are both being affected by climate change, as well as some of our best defenses against the impacts of it. The more we learn about plastic, the more we realize that its production is a climate issue. It's not just a pollution issue, but the actual production of plastic material is a climate concern. And also with sustainable seafood, we see that climate change and changing temperatures in the ocean are affecting where seafood can be caught and farmed. The shipping impact of seafood around the world also has climate concerns. So really, everything that we're doing goes back to climate change at the end. Next slide, please. So now we're going to take a look at some examples of how all of this sort of strategy plays out in the kind of work that we are creating. Next slide, please. So the first thing we're going to look at is 2 ads from our current brand visitation campaign that's in market right now in California. And I'm going to play, there's 2 versions of the ad, one in English and one in Spanish, and we're going to play them both back to back. So if you would please play that first ad for us.
When you walk through our doors, your world expands. Through the spectacle of light, a symphony of sounds, a touch of wonder that's up close and personal. When you walk through our doors, you become an advocate for the ocean, a supporter of education, a friend in sustainability. Monterey Bay Aquarium, inspiring conservation of the ocean.
Cuando entras a nuestra casa, tu mundo se expande. A través del espectáculo de luces, una sinfonía de sonidos, un toque de maravilla que aprecias muy de cerca. Cuando entras a nuestra casa, te conviertes en defensor del océano, un solidario de la educación, un amigo de la sostenibilidad. Monterey Bay Aquarium, inspirando la conservación del océano.
So you can see in those ads how we are trying to set a positive and hopeful tone, how we are invoking the emotions of wonder and that sensory experience, and connecting back to our conservation mission. And also just to highlight some of the equity work that went in, this campaign was developed from concept all the way through execution to be fully bilingual. We had Spanish-speaking creators involved at every step of the process. We also worked with a Black-led production company to create those spots. And the family that's featured in those ads was recruited, and they are a real family that lives in LA, which is one of our target markets, and they speak both English and Spanish in their home. So it's really important to us that we involve a lot of different perspectives in the entire creative process on the back end as well as on the front end. And we're really excited with the way those ads turned out. The next example I'm going to show you is from our social media channels. So let's take a look at that video.
5 reasons why we love sea otters. Number 5, they're so fluffy. Number 4, they spin. Number 3, look at their little paws. Number 2, sea otters are vital for healthy ecosystems. Like wolves in Yellowstone, sea otters along the coast are a keystone species. By eating things like sea urchins and crabs, they control prey populations and keep kelp forests and eelgrass beds in balance. These ecosystem engineers shape habitats, fostering biodiversity, contributing to nutrient cycling, and bolstering ecotourism. Only 100 years ago, we thought sea otters had gone extinct in California, but now they're slowly recovering and nearly 3,000 can be found along our coast today. In places where sea otters are thriving, they even strengthen our natural defenses against the worst impacts of climate change. By protecting these endangered animals, we also protect our coasts and the people and animals who rely on these ecosystems to thrive. And number 1, the babies.
All right. So there again, you can see the tone is a little bit more playful because it's social media, and that's just sort of how things work on those platforms. But once again, we are trying to invoke the senses, have a positive and cheerful tone, and still deliver a conservation message. And that video is again, it's been called kind of a Rickroll of like, you bring them in with the adorable otters, and then you give them some important science and conservation messaging there. But people loved it. So the other aspects of our brand is, I'm a marketing person, so that's sort of my area of focus. But everyone at the aquarium is an ambassador of our brand, and our brand is really what the guest experiences from us at any stage of their connection or at any touch point with the aquarium. So we're also doing things with our on-site experience that also reinforce our conservation priorities. in addition to just the incredible interpretation in our exhibits, our guests can experience a retail operation that is free of harmful and unnecessary plastic. And we're working to improve that every day, where we're at the point now we've eliminated 100% of plastic packaging and hard plastic toys from our stores. All of our plush are 100% post-consumer recycled plastic, and we're really working at this point on our apparel and trying to get the plastic materials out of those products as well. When they eat in our cafe, it's again plastic free. And we're doing a very plant-forward menu featuring different plant-based food items as well as sustainable seafood. And again, yeah, no, you don't find any kind of plastic beverage containers or utensils or anything there. And it even goes into our operations. We have been powered by 100% renewable electric sources since 2018. And we've made a public commitment with the Aquarium Conservation Partnership to get to carbon neutral by 2035. And we are steadily trending downward toward that. We are working on things like our behind the scenes procurement policy and trying to make sure that sustainability is a consideration in our purchasing work, as well as looking at our endowment fund and how that is invested and making sure that we are not making investments in fossil fuels. Next slide, please. And again, our reach goes so far beyond our aquarium building and the visitor and the guest experience. We have education programs that are reaching children in the local area that are able to visit the aquarium for free for a field trip, as well as an educational program from one of our presenters. You know, we're reaching folks with our online courses. We are also working with teachers so that they can take these skills and lessons back into their classrooms and into projects at their schools. Our policy team is engaged all the time with state, federal, and even global legislation to try to advance our conservation priorities and make a meaningful difference. And really what we can do in those spaces is present the science and help advocate that the folks who are leading us make decisions that are based on good science and are going to be beneficial for the ocean and the people who depend on it. Our seafood program is very engaged with industry partners too, and helping not only help consumers choose sustainable seafood that they can eat, but actually working with folks all the way through the supply chain to change the business practices so that they can be more sustainable. And then, of course, we do have all of our original science and research programs, like our Sea Otter program that is helping rescue, rehabilitate, and release sea otters in the Monterey Bay area. We have a program where we have tagged white sharks in the wild, and using that data, we can learn things about the way climate change is affecting the ocean, and a number of other research initiatives that we have going on. So there you have it. That is how the Monterey Bay Aquarium is using our brand and our position to reach and engage audiences around conservation issues and climate change. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz. That is wonderful. That's just so powerful, but also, I don't know, touchy-feely with the little sea otters. I really got a kick out of that. So thank you so much. We're going to go to Michael now, who will kind of walk us through the Arnold Arboretum, which is part of Harvard University. Michael, please.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. It's great to be here sharing the stage with you and Justin and Liz on the other side of the continent. Well, I'd like to go from one living collection, like the aquarium, to another one, Harvard's Tree Museum, the Arnold Arboretum of Harvard University, and really talk about my role as the keeper of the living collections, as a storyteller representing some 16,000 trees, shrubs, and vines from around the temperate earth, and how we are tackling these major issues that affect us. primarily climate change and even more broadly, global change. So a few stories. We're a museum. And whether you're in Dallas-Fort Worth and you're visiting the Amon Carter Museum, where you're looking at some of these Charlie Russell bronzes, whether you're looking at the type specimen of the T-Rex there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania at the Carnegie Museum, an incredible set of dinosaur bones there that represent the initial concept of what a Tyrannosaurus Rex is. Or maybe you're at the Getty out there in LA and you're looking at a painting. All of these are objects, and that's what museums do. We're object-based institutions, and we curate them. By my definition and many others, there are 4 primary areas of curation. There's how do we develop that collection? How do we, the levels of governance task, where we ask questions of what do we add, what do we subtract from the collection in order to best achieve our missions. Certainly, if we acquire them, we've got to preserve them. We also, they serve research roles. They serve ways of, we want to document those collections. And certainly, we are public-facing institutions. We're not private collections. We're public-facing. And so they are there to be displayed and to share. And so when I think about our role at the Arnold Arboretum, Harvard's Tree Museum in Boston, I think about all 4 of those things. And what I want to share, walk us through a couple examples today, is how climate change and global change affect that. Just to situate where we are, right now we're up on Harvard University's main campus in Cambridge, Massachusetts. The Arnold Arboretum is about 7 miles south as a crow flies in Boston. We are a dual institution. We are a Harvard University museum situated on Boston parkland. Designed by Frederick Law Olmsted. And so we are very much a private university with a very public-facing mission. Let's see here. Whoops. Let's see my clicker. It doesn't seem to be. There it goes. Oops. Let me just back up. I think we. There we go. Thank you. Like any museum, we have galleries. You might go to the Museum of Fine Arts and you can see the wing of the Americas, and you can see each floor has a different level of talking about art. In our museum, we have different gallery spaces, different rooms, and different types of collections. And so maybe you're in the Bradley collection of rose family plants or the rosaceous plants in the springtime. You're seeing cherries and spireas and crab apples in bloom. Or maybe the Leventrip shrub and vine garden in the autumn. Maybe you're seeing some of our understory maples and close relatives in the summer, or you're at the base of Hemlock Hill in the winter. These are all gallery spaces, and each and every one of these gallery spaces comprise objects. In our case, temperate trees, shrubs, and vines from around the world. Hydrangeas and catalpas and large Kentucky coffee trees, plants that were collected from around the world and brought to the Arboretum. Let's see. There we go. There we go. We are a dynamic, diverse, temperate woody plant collection. What do I mean by that? Well, we're constantly changing, and I'll share with that what that means in a second. We focus on plant diversity. We have almost 2,200 temperate species in our collection, and they represent temperate areas. We do not focus on the tropics or the subtropics. These are all plants that can grow outside in those classic New England winters, and they're woody plants. So these are temperate trees, temperate shrubs, and temperate woody vines. And our focus is on kind of the pedigree or the passport information about these plants, their origins, their provenance. And those might be stories. Again, we're talking about storytelling. And so we preserve those stories. They may reflect, some of their wild origins or perhaps some of their cultivated origins that can then be the plants and their stories. We acquire them in order to conserve them and make use of them for education and obviously for scholarship. There it goes. And I talked a little bit about a dynamic collection. Unlike perhaps other museums that are rather static, our collections are all about change. They're living collections. The objects themselves are constantly changing, and so are their galleries. They are out there exposed to the elements. the gallery spaces. We can't turn the air conditioning on. We can't turn the heat on. We really can't change anything about our gallery spaces. And when you think about the objects themselves, whether it's a small seedling, it's growing, it's changing, it's responding to even the day-to-day variation, fluctuations with sun, going to shade, to nighttime. And so everything changes. And so we lean into that change. And that leads into global change. In my line of work, while we are responding to some aspects of climate change, there are really other major issues that are keeping me awake at night, and all of my colleagues, what we're working on. And I'll talk to you about that in a second. One of the things that drives us is that there are some staggering statistics. 1 out of 3 trees on Earth is threatened with extinction. These are some of those doom and gloom, unfortunate statistics. And many of those trees are in cultivation here at the Arnold Arboretum. That most of those, the majority of the reasons for why those trees are threatened with extinction is the loss of habitat. Oftentimes that might be to agriculture or development, or introduced pests and pathogen. And certainly climate change is also a vector or something that can facilitate some of that global change. But it's really habitat loss that is the #1 driver with extinction. And that makes us, that is something that we respond to. In our own backyard at the Arnold Arboretum, we have plants that are threatened with extinction, or even those that have already gone extinct, including like the Franklin tree. And one of the things that we've learned is that because things are constantly changing, we remove plants every year because they senesce, they die, they get blown over in a hurricane, but we're constantly planting new ones. So we replace 2 to 2.5% of our collections every year. And we have a rule of thumb, and we have a mantra that the day we stop planting plants at the Arnold Arboretum is the day that our collection begins to shrink. And so that leads into development. We want to be thoughtful about how we develop our collections. And so about 10 years ago, we launched a strategic planning initiative with our director, Ned Friedman, myself, and a panel of experts, a group of experts, to do some strategic planning about what a living tree collection should represent. And not just a collection for now, but for a collection for the next decade or the next century. We wanted to think about a century-long strategic plan. And so we assembled these experts. We asked ourselves hard questions about conservation, about research, about global change, about climate change. And we created a priority list of about 400 different species from around the temperate Earth that we want to acquire. These are where they're growing, and the floras of Eastern North America and Eastern Asia are prominent. And so we launched that officially in 2015. We've been very busy on expeditions all over Earth, and particularly East Asia and Eastern North America. This is me and some colleagues in Japan in 2018. We've launched 26 different expeditions from around the world, and then also had colleagues from over 50 other gardens and repositories and universities who have shared some of their material with us. And these are some of the dots on the map on where we have gone, or our colleagues have gone, to work with scientists in order to document these plants in nature, and to introduce germplasm, seeds, that we could then grow and place into the Arboretum. And that's where they came from. This is where some of them are growing now. Most of them are still in the greenhouse and nursery growing on, but we are thoughtfully developing our collection in order to respond to these aspects of climate change and global change. One of these happens to be like the paperbark maple, a plant that's well known for in horticulture or in the nursery industry, but really is represented by in nature only by about a dozen different populations. And so in 2015, we had a conservation audit where we were participating with colleagues from China and the United States in order to visit about 9 of those populations, to study them, to see what's causing them to be the extirpation, and of course to introduce material that we could then cultivate in these botanical gardens and arboreta as examples of ex situ conservation. We do it local, closer to home too. Some of you who are watching and participating might be aware of the emerald ash borer, an introduced pest that came into the port of Detroit around 2000. And this is an insect pest that has decimated our native ash trees from throughout the eastern North America. It went from a plant that a genus of trees that was very secure to one that is now of conservation status and threatened with extinction. And so we worked with some colleagues from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Brenton Arboretum, in order to visit some of these populations, in this case in northern New York and in southern Pennsylvania, just before the emerald ash borer showed up, in order to collect seed at the population level and put them into long-term seed storage. Maybe 50 or 75 years, we'll be able to rebuild each of these populations that were completely wiped out. And having visited, this occurred in 2011, having visited these populations just about 5 years ago, they're gone. They're empty of ash. And so these are some of the things that we're responding to. So around 15–16% of our collections are of conservation concern, which is staggering, all of them showing up in blue. And so this is a major driver of something that we, as activists in responding to the biodiversity crisis, what we can do. But I'm not always a doom and gloom person. Sometimes we want to be opportunistic. We want to think about what are the positives. And so we thought, well, is there an opportunity for us to cultivate things that over the last 152 years we were unable to cultivate? And I started looking at some of the plants and I started thinking, well, I love southern live oak. If you're ever down there in the Gulf Coast and you visited some of these large trees that have these oak trees dripping with Spanish moss and with these gravity-defying branches, I thought, well, would it be possible for us to cultivate these up here in cold New England? And so we did some sleuthing, and we found that there were some populations that had experienced cold weather before. And we thought, well, let's try it. If our winters might be getting a little bit warmer, let's try to grow some plants. But we want to be thoughtful and collect them from the northern parts of their ranges. So we visited those populations, we collected the acorns, we grew them on, and lo and behold, we actually do have some that are surviving in Boston, Massachusetts, including some that survived just 2 years ago. We had one of the coldest winters, oddly enough, in 75 years. It got down to minus 11.5 Fahrenheit, and we had these trees survive. And so while we're responding to climate change and some of the negative effects, we're also using these as opportunities to collect, to add to our inventory of collections, and to hopefully foster additional study, additional documentation, and of course, display. Some of the things that I mentioned, there's development, and that's what I've talked mostly about, but we're also responding to these crises in situ. We have one of the most important beach collections, the genus Fagus, on Earth. It's one of our nationally accredited collections. We have 8 nationally accredited collections at the Arnold Arboretum, some of the best on their kind, not just in the US, but around the world. And beech is one of them. We have almost 150 different plants representing 7 different species. And this was a genus that was fully secure. But unfortunately, over the last decade and a half, eastern part of the United States has unfortunately been exposed to a disease called beech leaf disease, something that we still have barely scratched the surface on understanding what is the causal agents. We know there are nematodes involved, but it's a complex. This disease showed up 2 years ago to the Arnold Arboretum, to one of the most important beech collections on Earth. And so these are things that we are having to respond to in real time in order to back these collections up, share them with others, so that there is not extirpation of some of these plants in our living collection. And so to do that, we muster resources. We assemble some of the finest horticultural or arboricultural collections managers on Earth. And it means horticultural excellence, great conservation. No different than what one might do if you're preserving the rare Mona Lisa, for instance, at the Louvre. We treat our trees and our shrubs and our vines with the same level of respect and care. We document our collections. We have a team of scholars who are out there measuring and monitoring these plants and recording when they might be in flower, how large they are, all the different aspects of their health, their vitality, you name it, we write it down. We document everything. And that does allow us, those accumulated data allow us to tell certain stories. And these are some data that I pulled the other day, just looking at the last 100 years on when our star magnolias were blooming. And we can see when peak bloom occurred, and there's a variable definition, but I can estimate that in response to the earlier arrival of spring, we know that our star magnolias are flowering about 2.5 weeks earlier. Certainly there's a lot of noise, a lot of year-to-year variability, but we see these trend lines, and these our living collections are like biological filter paper telling us how plants and other organisms are responding to, in this case, shifting climate. Certainly we do this kind of work, but we have scores of projects a year, 75 to 100 projects, research projects a year from scholars around the world who are coming to us to study our collection. And many of those over the last 15, 20 years, certainly there's been an increased bias to studying how these plants are responding to shifts in climate, shifts in change in global levels. And so we have scholars who are using our collection, our museum collection, in order to hopefully learn more about some of these plights and blights and challenges to our ecosystems, and then coming up with sometimes applied solutions, and also sharing those data and those results with others. We're storytellers ourselves. We have active educators and teachers. We also have a magazine, Arnoldia, about 115 years old, this magazine, and we use this as an opportunity not just for us to tell stories, but other museum professionals in the garden world, other scientists, landscape historians, to tell stories about trees. It's about the nature of trees. And there has been an increased trend line over the last 5 or 10 years about global change and climate change. And so we feel that it's incumbent upon us to use all the tools at our disposal in order to share and tell these stories. And of course, like I mentioned earlier on, we are a Harvard University museum situated on Boston Parkland, designed by Frederick Law Olmsted, open every day from dawn to dusk, and with about 17 or 18 different thresholds and portals. And that means that we have several million visitors every year who we can share our collections with and share these stories with. And that's something that we do every single day. And climate change and global change have been important through lines of those stories of late. So just want to thank everybody for tuning in for that. And I'll pass it on to Kathy. We'll pass it on to Justin.
Thank you. One of the best places in Boston is the Arboretum, but maybe second best, maybe first, is the New England Aquarium. So Justin, I'll turn it over to you, and please take us through that.
Sure. And so again, I'm a principal at Cambridge 7, and Cambridge 7 started in 1962 when principals representing different disciplines, filmmaking, architecture, exhibit design, graphic design, entered a competition to design the New England Aquarium. And they won, and we've been working with them ever since, including renovations to their giant ocean tank 10 years ago. I'm working with them now on a long-term campus plan. And we go back to 1969, when the aquarium opened. It was groundbreaking in a couple of ways. It was the first cultural attraction on a Boston waterfront that was going from being that was transitioning from being an industrial working waterfront. It was also the first directed path aquarium, the first aquarium in which the architecture was built around an aquarium tank, in this case called the giant ocean tank. And about 40 years later, it was in need of repairs, partly to repair spalling concrete and also to repair details that didn't work as hoped. So when it was designed, it was the largest of its kind in the world. All the details were new and custom. We were making our best guesses as to how to design this. And so one detail was a sacrificial aluminum anode that was attached to the metal frame to prevent the metal frame from rusting. However, those anodes had deteriorated within about a year of operation. The detail also had laminated glass. We don't use glass anymore in designing aquarium tanks. We use polycarbonate or plastic windows, and we use concrete rebates that are much simpler to build and much simpler to maintain. Another key aspect of this project was making it more universally accessible. So we removed the concrete wall that was at the top of the tank to make it easier for everybody to see into the tank. We also enlarged the size of the tank windows, and we improved the environment for animals. We added new LEDs that could change throughout the day and throughout the year to more closely match circadian rhythms. And we improved the life support system within the tank. So I'll give a little bit of background on what a life support system, or LSS, is. The New England Aquarium has 65 front-facing tanks and 130 backup systems that are used for clinical work, animal rescue, for growing food for other animals within the aquarium. And these are fed through inlet structures that are in the ocean. So like the Monterey Bay Aquarium, the New England Aquarium uses natural ocean water as opposed to artificial to feed its systems. In the case of the New England Aquarium, those inlet structures are located about 100 yards seaward of the building. They're brought into 2 large holding tanks totaling about 50,000 gallons. They're then filtered as needed to support the variety of animal life within the aquarium. They're pumped throughout the aquarium, and then a lot of the water is reused and filtered. That is not is disinfected before being returned to Boston Harbor. The purpose of a life support system is to create a stable environment for animals. And very broadly, it deals with, so animals emit 2 sorts of wastes, similar to us. And with apologies to the chemists and the biologists in the audience, I'm going to be very general about this. They emit carbon dioxide through their gills and nitrogen waste through the other sides of their bodies. And monitoring and keeping those at safe levels requires power, and it requires water. So conserving power and water are the 2 keys to a sustainable life support system. And power can be made, can be provided in a sustainable way through using more energy efficient pumps, through the use of variable frequency drives or direct current for pumps. And then use of on-site renewables, of course, reduces carbon emissions. Liz talked about Monterey Bays being powered by renewables. We hope that someday aquariums will be able to be powered by turbine generators that are driven by wave action. And then water savings comes through robust filtration systems, denitrification systems, drum filters, though this has to be balanced with the power needs of these pump systems. And then there are 5 general practices that we recommend for aquariums and institutions to make more sustainable LSS. Reducing habitual water changes, studying water quality data to understand where to target filtration, making facilities and maintenance part of your green team, and then submetering life support systems to better understand where to achieve power savings, and then identifying the 3 largest water hogs and focusing on those. We have also given a lot of thought to how to make the other exhibits within aquariums and museums and institutions more sustainable. And we've codified this in the Sustainable Exhibition Design and Construction Toolkit. This was authored by Douglas Flandro, who's our Sustainable Design Director and an exhibit designer at our firm. It includes the Materials Exhibition Pledge, of which the Monterey Bay Aquarium is one of the signatories, and it's modeled on the American Institute of Architects 2019 Materials Pledge. And it's based on 5 different goals. So the first is support human health, for example, by avoiding harmful materials that are on the red list, which include things like PVC, formaldehyde, VOCs, supporting social health and environmental justice. And one organization that I want to call out for this is Design for Freedom, which has the goal of eradicating modern slavery from the building materials supply chain. This is much more prevalent than I think a lot of people realize right now. Design for Freedom has an excellent website with a toolkit that can be used, including with questions that we can ask to material suppliers. We should support a circular economy by designing for deconstruction, using clips and screws rather than nail and glue. All for Reuse has an excellent open source ecosystem map, and local theater and film boards are also great sources of information and salvage material from their sets. We want to support climate health. The Sustainable Minds Transparency Catalog is an excellent tool for this. We want to set energy use intensity goals for exhibits and audiovisual systems, and then tailor temperature and humidity requirements towards specific objects and exhibit cases that have the most extreme requirements, so that we don't have to condition an entire space for those requirements. And then supporting ecosystem health. And this is especially important to me, given the work that we do on aquariums, and Michael's just talked about how critical this is to the world today. And I'll start with a personal example from the renovations that we did to the giant ocean tank as part of the New England Aquarium. One of the suggestions from the structural engineer, Weidlinger, was to run an electric current through the metal reinforcing bar within the tank's concrete. The purpose of this would be to prevent corrosion of the reinforcing bar if it were to come in contact with salt water. However, sharks and rays can sense the Earth's geomagnetic field. It's what they use as part of their navigation system. And so we asked the question, what is the minimum amount of current within this rebar that sharks could sense without getting totally disoriented? And the aquarists at the New England Aquarium weren't quite sure. They asked their colleagues around the world, and nobody really knew the answer for sure. So we went with a different approach. We used opaque waterproofing at the concrete instead. In some ways, it's a simpler solution, but not as durable because of the limits of what we understand about how animals perceive their environments. At this point, we can design pretty much, we can mimic just about any ecosystem that we want inside of buildings. And we know some kind of interesting factoids about animals that help us do this. For example, what is the swim radius of a shark? You know, how small or big does a shark tank need to be? But I want to ask the question now of how do we design buildings to support the ecosystems that are outside of them? How do we change our perspective? And given the work that we've done in aquariums, I want to focus on how do we support our ecosystems through the way that we design exhibits. How do we acknowledge the centrality of oceans to our life? It's not always obvious. We've done work with the Friends of the Los Angeles River, and there are a lot of Angelinos that don't realize that there's a 51-mile river that runs through their city, never mind that it empties into the ocean. And so we worked with them to design a 38-foot long river rover that could bring the institution out into neighborhoods, and that could also bring students on field trips. And one of their most popular portable exhibits is the Source to Sea program, which helps scholars understand the location of their watershed relative to the ocean and their place within this system. Views of the ocean are always welcome, and really, pinpointing those can have more of an impact. This is an example from Expedition Blue, which is a series of pavilions that we made for the Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce that were places for people to gather and interpret and engage with the importance of the ocean and the local economy. But even if we acknowledge that the ocean is there and we understand it, there's a next step that we have to take to understanding how much life there is below the surface of the water and how to support that. This is an image of Boston Harbor. Boston Harbor used to be primarily salt marsh, which is one of the most productive of biomes. And a lot of people don't realize, while even though that salt marsh, as a lot of it has disappeared, there is still a lot of life below the surface. Sand tiger sharks live in Boston Harbor, as do seal harbors, flounder, bluefish, bass. And an excellent recent example of how we can get below the water and start designing for the marine ecosystem is the Elliott Bay seawall in Seattle. This was engineered by Parsons. And biopositive design starts by researching the plants and animals that existed in a place before human intervention. supporting the animals and plants that live in that place currently while eradicating invasive species. The Elliott Bay seawall has translucent panels above the water that allow light to the water to promote plant growth. It has crevices on the wall that allow for algae growth, that is food for the salmon. And then there are rock mattresses below that provide places for animals to hide or to find food. And hard seawalls can support the flora and fauna that's native to the rocky shores of New England. Barnacles and mussels can attach to just about anything that's hard and solid. But if we want to invite the next level of animal life, we need more complicated surfaces. Animals like worms and sea stars need crevices that they can hide in to protect them from tidal action and from predators. And we also want to provide ledges at different levels between high tide and low tide as a place to capture seawater and support a special subset of ocean life, such as crabs, anemones, and sea stars. And maybe building these walls can actively detoxify our oceans. Biofusion's bi-block construction is made from plastic and netting that's been reclaimed from the ocean. We want to plant for the full ecosystem. So by putting plants at the tops of and adjacent to our seawalls, we can invite, and especially promoting pollinator gardens, we can invite insects that are an important part of the ocean's edge food chain, and it can also filter runoff from urban surfaces. And we want to restore tidal flow where possible. This is a project that we've done for Quincy Squantum Point, and we had looked at digging out some of the original tidal creeks here with which increases nutrient flows between the ocean and the land, supporting flora and fauna on both sides, with the added benefit that earth that is cut to restore these creeks can be used on solid land to build up above rising tide. And then we want to build to reduce any harm that we might do to wildlife by shielding lights so that they're not visible from the water's edge, by using lights in long wavelengths like that will appear red or amber or orange. So they don't attract sea turtles and they don't attract as many insects. Insects are essentially the plankton of the terrestrial food chain. And by using glass, it's bird friendly. And this is a technology that's come a long way in the last 5 years or so. There are now several manufacturers that make glass that has patterns and a UV wavelength that can be seen by birds, but not by humans. And I just want to end with a quote by Rachel Carson. She wrote, "Curious changes have been taking place, with many animals invading this cold, temperate zone from the south and pushing up through Maine and even into Canada. This new distribution is, of course, related to the widespread change of climate that seems to have set in about the beginning of the century and is now well recognized." And again, she wrote this in 1955. "A general warming up noticed first in Arctic regions, then in subarctic, and now in the temperate areas of northern states." So any design that we do has to recognize the dynamic nature of our ecosystems and the coast. And if we can design our exhibits in a way that encourages and is inspired by careful observation, we can, I think, acknowledge we can reduce harm to our planet while also acknowledging nature's ever-changing nature. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was quite a holistic look at everything that we need to consider. And we'd like to take your questions now, those of you online who are watching. And I'm sorry. We can, you can put them in chat, Q&A, and we can take a look at those now. Right, so I'm happy to start off a few questions. And so I wanted to ask Justin first about how you work with your clients and whether they are now initiating the conversation about what they need. And you've shown a little bit of that with what you have for sustainable work on exhibits, but how does that process flow?
Sure. And, you know, most of the institutional clients we work with, if not all of them, are very aware of climate change, of the impact of building and the importance of reducing that and protecting ecosystems. The New England Aquarium is hyper aware of it, partly because they are they're not only an aquarium, they're also a research institution. So a big part of what we're doing as part of their long-term campus plan is trying to highlight the work that the Anderson Cabot Center does. So they are actively doing research on climate change, and they can see it literally in their backyard. The Gulf of Maine is warming faster than 99% of the other ocean basins in the world. And so there's a lot of work they have to do, and their site is essentially flooding every time there's a king tide. So there's a lot of interest in it. What's you know, we will start every project by letting them know what the options are for improving their sustainability. And I think you know, one thing that we're trying to work on now is environmental accreditations for exhibits. And those aren't as highly developed as those for architectural projects. Lee doesn't really have an exhibit accreditation, and they tend to be somewhat rigid in how they do their point scoring. And so we're looking to what other organizations might be catered towards exhibit. The Living Future Institute's Living Building Challenge, they have a core certification that we're looking at doing with an institution down in Florida. And while no exhibit project has achieved it yet, we hope to kick it off by establishing what the baseline would be for an exhibit, and then trying to achieve energy efficiency that's 35% better than that. And we're also hoping that the Sustainable Exhibition Design Toolkit that I showed earlier will help kickstart the conversation about how we can focus on making exhibits more sustainable. I mean, the other key with exhibit design is that they are often meant to be temporary and updated frequently. And so there is some really interesting work that's happening now about how to make them demountable, how to make them modular, how to make them easily changed as we learn more information and we want to try to attract different visitors.
Great, thank you. I know there's a lot of work being done by exhibition designers and preparators, just in thinking about the transportation of exhibitions as well, so that we can be more carbon neutral on that too. So great stuff. We have a question from Davis online for Liz. Liz, how does the equity filter inform rebranding of the aquarium?
Yeah, thanks, Davis, for the question. It's a great one. So the equity filter it's a set of questions that we use most often at the beginning of a project, but it's also something that anyone can bring in at any point of the project. And some of the questions that it asks us are things like, do our images and stories reflect the diversity of our audience? Who are we inviting to participate in the process from inception to debrief? Is the process transparent? What is the timeline of that process? Does it allow people to actually fully participate in it? And then we also think about what are the effects that this is going to have on our audiences, our stakeholders, our partners. A question we ask is this helping us make positive progress to advance equity in our organization? And we look at how is this likely to affect historically excluded communities. So in the rebranding specifically, Again, it was really important to us that the campaign be fully bilingual from start to finish. The scripts were developed in collaboration in English and Spanish at the same time, thinking about like, how are these phrases going to be translated, or is this going to resonate with both communities? In terms of who was invited to participate in the process, stepping back to the rebranding itself, again, we really worked to include a lot of aquarium staff in that. 150 different people from across the aquarium were able to provide feedback and give input in that. I think the question about access and timelines is one that we always do struggle with. I think in trying to get work done, there's always that timeline pressure. But I think using the equity filter does give us a moment where we can say, hey, we need to slow down a little bit. Maybe this timeline does need to be adjusted, because if we don't do it right, then we can have a harmful impact, or we're going to have to redo it again later. So really trying to let equity guide our timing. And I know that we have had things that have been delivered later than initially planned, to allow a little more time in the process for that. Other things that were considerations, we thought a lot about accessibility in the rebranding, looking at things like the readability of our fonts and the contrast of our colors. And we worked with both with Pentagram, who are design partners, and Prime Access Consulting, which is a group that they're experts in making museums accessible. And so we really did try to involve a lot of stakeholders in the process and slow down to really to do to the best of our ability the legwork that's on us in the back end of producing these things. Obviously, I think equity is something that is still an aspirational goal for many organizations. We're far from perfect, and we do make mistakes along the way. But I think what's really important is that we're trying, and we're committed to a learning process around it. And by asking ourselves these questions, it gives us space to do that sort of thinking and learning, and to try to get better and better. So, thank you.
Thank you, Liz. The next question I have is for Michael. And because I spent some time looking at the Arboretum's website, I know about a wonderful story of composting that has to do with a collaboration with 2 local partners. Could you tell us about that? And then I have a follow-up for the 3 of you about feeding animals and plants.
Certainly. Well, it's a great question. So many of the folks who are tuning in are familiar with compost. It's basically decomposing or decomposed green and brown material that are coming from organic material. And as an arboretum, we recycle all of our material. Not all of our trees and shrubs and vines survive and live, or we might have some dead wood in a branch. And so we generate a lot of waste. Most of it, though, because we're a tree collection, it's wood. And so it's the browns in your compost. What we don't have a lot of are the nitrogen-rich greens. And so we wanted to find a local source for that in order to balance it out. And so we went to, many of us run on coffee and beer. And so we went to a local coffee roaster. Actually, it's a family owned operation. And we have all of their coffee grounds. We actually we use their own coffee in-house as well. And so all of those grounds the spent grounds go into our compost, but we also pick up what comes out of their shop, which is far more than what the Arboretum will run through. And so we add that. And we also work with a local brewery. And so breweries will also generate a lot of green waste, the spent hops, the mash and things. And so we will work with them in order to add a lot of the nitrogen-rich material to our composts. And of course, we have our own material as well, but it's great. The Arboretum runs on beer and coffee, I suppose.
That's great. That's really wonderful. And it kind of the question for all 3 of you has to do with taking the seawater or the compost materials, and how you look at that and change that for the different conditions that the animals or plants are living through. And so what I had in mind here is what happens with the heat dome in California now, or what might happen to us in the winter or something. How do you change the materials of your source water or other things that feed the plants and animals? Justin, do you want to go first?
Sure. So the source material for the tanks for the New England Aquarium is, as I mentioned before, is natural seawater. It's drawn from Boston Harbor. And after it's brought into the aquarium, it has to be treated for a lot of different things. I mentioned controlling wastes, but there's also, it needs to be controlled for salinity levels, temperature levels, depending on whether it's going to a tropical or a temperate or a cold water exhibit. By using natural seawater, the temperature comes in at a pretty steady level. So that helps, and it already has some level of salinity, so the amount of treating that's necessary isn't as high. But again, it does require power and water to do the treatments, to power the chillers or to power the pumps. And so again, I think a key part of creating a sustainable aquarium is how do you get the power? Renewables are best. The New England Aquarium is on a district steam system. And so, one of the, and I know that steam system is looking to electrify and decarbonize. And there are efficiencies there as long as they get them from renewables.
Great, thank you. Let's go to Liz next. Liz, you shared that wonderful information with all of us about how the pumps work. And that's what got me thinking about this. But how do you then change it, if you need to, when the water is warmer than it currently is in Monterey Bay?
Yeah, and this is, I actually, I studied up for this a little bit before our panel by having a conversation with our director of applied water science a little bit on this. And she's also was very excited. She did her master's at Harvard and actually looked at our desalinization processes for her thesis. So if anybody out in the audience there knows Casey Regnier, shout out. But yeah, that is a concern for us when the warming ocean waters are coming in. We are seeing that, like one of our most iconic exhibits is our kelp forest exhibit, and kelp needs cold water to thrive. And so that is definitely something that we are concerned about, how warming ocean temperatures are going to ultimately affect the sea life in our exhibits as we bring that in. In talking to Casey about this, the aquarium uses a lot of heat exchangers. So when we bring that water in from the bay, that's also what's controlling the climate of the aquarium overall for the guests as well. Fortunately, Monterey is a pretty temperate climate. So like we all start whining when it gets to about 75 degrees if it's being too hot. So most of the time it's fairly comfortable without a whole lot of need for climate control. But yeah, basically they're using a lot of heat exchange of moving, either trying to pull heat out of the water, and they use that to heat up water for our more tropical exhibits, or to cool water down as much as we possibly can through heat exchange for our deep water exhibits. I think most of the exhibits I think with the exception of Into the Deep, it is more about heating the water up, and so that that heat exchange is usually going in that direction. And then we do employ chillers for our Into the deep sea exhibits. But it's definitely something that we are concerned about, because it is going to require more energy to to heat or cool water if we have to use, you know, sort of other methods beyond that heat exchange.
You. And Michael, changing the chemistry of what you feed the plants.
It's a great question. And, you know, and thinking about this and Liz and Justin's responses, you want to think about one of the technologies or the things that we rely on most in order to keep our objects happy and alive and thriving is soil. Plants need soil, and soil is kind of three main components. There's the mineral component, the geological component. There's the biological component. You can think of all the microbes and earthworms and things, and of course, then there's the chemical component. And if you lose your soil, you lose everything. If you have a poor soil, your plants cannot thrive. And so one of the things that we've been engaged with in the last 10, 15 years is to increase soil health. And we've done a number of things. One of the things is how do we provide several million people a year access to these plants without them compacting the very soil that the plants need, and so there's a proper amount of aeration in there. And so we've done a number of things. We've directed people on mulch paths and keeping them out of beds, and with explanations on why we need to do this in order to preserve the soil. We've also, rather than mowing many of these areas and compacting it ourselves with gasoline-powered mowers, we've transitioned into herbaceous meadows or woodland landscapes that will not only aerate the soil, add additional nutrients to the soil, but also be wonderful for invertebrate pollinator diversity. And so we've been taking some active steps that we can that will preserve and improve the health of our soils, which in turn will improve the health and viability and vitality of our 16,000 plants.
Beautiful meadows too.
Yes.
Really. So we have a question from Andrew, which is for everyone. And so we'll try to get to it. It's a great question. Is the visiting public offered suggestions of how they can help with conservation of plants and animals or with climate change? Who wants to start with that?
I'll pipe in there real quick. Just
okay, sure.
Where we advocate for trees and plants, and so we do everything we can in order for people to think about tree advocacy. How do they, in their own backyards, do what they can to increase urban tree canopy, so that we transition our urban areas from heat islands into viable, cooler spaces. And so we will provide the information and the how they can better steward these plants, and or lobby some of their elected and appointed officials to do the same.
That's great. Thank you. Justin?
Sure. Absolutely. And the New England Aquarium, which I'll do my best to speak on behalf of, does. So for a while, they had a Blue Planet Action Center exhibit that offered very practical advice to visitors. Part of showcasing what the Anderson Cabot Center for Ocean Life does is making it very clear to visitors how much research is happening, which raises issues like how critically endangered the North Atlantic right whale is. And there are practical suggestions built within the aquarium to let people know how to fight climate change and to contribute to ocean conservation. But I also want to sort of build on Liz's point with the branding and the ooh and the awe, because I think it does need to start with building empathy for the animals that are in the aquarium and in the ocean, because I think that's, in my experience, visitors don't want to be hit over the head right away with action items. They want to do something that's enjoyable. They want to grow to love the ocean or the forest, whatever it is, and then figure out how to help.
That's great. Liz, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is similar where we've actually looked at, there's a body of research done called Heartwired to Love the Ocean that really talks about how to inspire people to take action on behalf of the ocean. And that research also sort of guides us to start with that emotional and empathetic connection. So we definitely are big on that empathy building through our exhibits. But we also have a long history of having conservation calls to action in the aquarium. 25 years ago, our Seafood Watch program began with an exhibit talking about some of the challenges wildlife face due to overfishing and unsustainable aquaculture. And then we had little cards in our cafe that talked about what the sustainability of the seafood was. And they kept disappearing off the tables because people wanted that information. And so that actually was the inspiration for our Seafood Watch program, which has now been going strong for 25 years. And we have a series of sustainable seafood guides on the seafoodwatch.org website that people can pull up on their phone really easily and learn both from a species level, what are the most common types of seafood that are being eaten in the United States, what to look for, what to avoid, or regional things, because it does vary regionally in terms of what you're most likely to find on your plate or in your grocery store. And then, yeah, similarly to what Michael said, a lot of our messaging is also just educating folks and encouraging them to advocate with their elected officials and with policymakers for policies that can really make a difference, supporting things like renewable energy, protected areas in the ocean. There's a number of different initiatives out there that folks can really use their voices to support, and we encourage that.
Great, thank you all three. We have time maybe for one more question from Lawrence, and his question is for everybody, but we'll have to be quick. Do you approach funding the climate initiatives differently than you do other initiatives? And he has an example, but I think we kind of get what he means, so. Michael?
Certainly. We've had the Arnold Arboretum, 100% of it operates on past and present philanthropy. And there have been a number of initiatives that we've launched recently, including the Campaign for the Living Collections, through philanthropic support and allowing us to go out into nature to collect, to study these threatened plants and to bring them into cultivation or long-term storage. And that's been through the support of donors. They like the messaging and they want to help us achieve our goals.
Great, thank you. Justin?
Sure. So philanthropic support is a key part of it. Other funding sources related to sustainability are utility incentives. A lot of utilities want to conserve the amount of energy that they have to produce. And so we work closely with clients to determine which sustainable initiatives contribute towards sustainability. And then resiliency initiatives also are, there is federal and state funding potentially available for this. The New England Aquarium is part of the Worth District Council, which is a collection of landowners in the financial district in Boston whose land is at risk from rising sea levels. And they've partnered together on studies ultimately to produce a cost-benefit analysis that's going to be submitted to the federal government for funding.
Great. And Liz?
Yeah, so the aquarium's funding model, we have revenue that comes in both from our visitors, the ticket sales and our corporate evening events, as well as donations and grants. I don't know that we have things that are specifically earmarked for addressing climate change, but I would also just say that that sustainability and caring about climate change are so core to our identity and what we do. It's almost hard to sort of pull it out and separate it from any of our work.
Great. Well, thank you. Well, we have probably less than a minute left, but enough time to thank Lindy and the Salata Institute for our session today, and to thank Michael Dozeman and Justin Crane and Liz McDonald for being with me today. This is just the tip of the iceberg, really. And I hope we can do something like this again. So thank you all who are watching, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daniel Varon. I'm a research associate in the Atmospheric Chemistry Modeling Group here at Harvard, and I'm delighted today to be able to present some of our work at Harvard Climate Action Week. And in particular, I'll be talking about a software tool we've been developing in our lab for the last few years called the Integrated Methane Inversion, or IMI. And it is a user-friendly cloud computing tool for monitoring methane emissions with satellites. In my presentation, I will cover the methane problem, why we need tools like the IMI, how the IMI works, and some of the problems that we can apply it to support efforts in methane emission mitigation. So atmospheric methane has become a major focus of both science and policy. On the science side, there's been a long-standing debate over what is driving recent methane trends. As you can see from this figure on the left, over the last 40 years, methane concentrations in the atmosphere have been increasing rapidly in fits and starts. The growth was relatively uniform into the early 1990s, but then started to taper off and actually stagnated in the early 2000s. Around 2007, methane concentrations started to grow again and have been accelerating ever since. And there are multiple factors that could explain this variability. It could be due to changes in methane emissions, such as from wetlands or oil and gas, or it could be due to changes in methane's primary sink in the atmosphere, which is the hydroxyl radical, OH. It's a very reactive species that eats up methane and a variety of other trace gases in the atmosphere. And so this is still heavily debated. At the same time, on the policy side, methane has been identified as the lever to slow near-term climate change. And that's because it is a strong greenhouse gas responsible for about 30% of the climate warming that we've experienced to date. But unlike CO2, it has a relatively short atmospheric lifetime of just 10 years. So that if we are to cut methane emissions today, we'll see benefits almost immediately. Now, it needs to be said that cutting methane is not a substitute for cutting CO2, because by the same logic, over a 100-year timeline, it's the longer-lived greenhouse gas CO2 that really matters. But if we're going to achieve our climate goals in the near term, keeping a global mean temperature rise below 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius, for example, we need to go after methane emissions immediately. And this has become increasingly urgent in the last couple of years when we've seen an uptick, a continued acceleration in the methane growth rate for reasons that are not well understood. And so for all of these reasons, there has been a strong need for better understanding of methane emissions. But this is a really difficult problem because methane comes from a wide range of different sources, both natural and anthropogenic. Natural emissions are largely from wetlands. Wetlands account for about 1/3 of the global methane emission budget, but there are smaller natural emissions from geological seeps, termites, and fires. Anthropogenic or human-made methane emissions are more of a mixed bag. There are important contributions from many different sectors, including livestock, oil and gas, coal mining, wastewater, landfills, rice cultivation, and so on. Now, in principle, decreasing anthropogenic methane emissions should be easy because simple measures can go a long way. In oil and gas, we can fix leaks, we can change venting practices, we can flare excess gas or better use it, send it to market. In the waste sector, methane gas produced in landfills can be recovered and used as fuel. We can use digesters to digest gas from manure ponds and wastewater plants. We can change cattle feed to reduce methane emissions from livestock. We can even adjust rice cultivation practices to decrease methane emissions. But a major problem is that the vast majority of these anthropogenic methane emissions come from millions of point sources that are scattered all around the world. Things like the ventilation shafts of underground coal mines, or the feedlots where the cattle live, landfills that are found in cities around the world, and the millions of oil and gas facilities around the world, like these production well pads shown here in Utah. And these point sources are very complex. They have highly variable emissions. They tend to be highly intermittent. And this translates to large uncertainties in national methane emission inventories. national inventories are the official methane emission estimates of individual countries, and they're usually produced using bottom-up methods that estimate emissions from the product of activity rates, like the number of cows in the country, and emission factors, or the typical emission per cow. In contrast, top-down methods can be used to estimate methane emissions using observations of atmospheric concentrations taken either at the ground or from aircraft or as we'll see, from satellites. And these different estimates often don't match up well. This plot shown here on the left is from a paper by Tia Scarpelli et al. In 2022, and it compares a range of different methane emission estimates for some of the top emitting countries around the world. The gray and black points are bottom-up methane emission estimates, for example, from the International Energy Agency, IEA, in 2019, in these gray X marks. And the green and yellow markers are for top-down satellite-based methane emission estimates. Now, the x-axis of this figure is logarithmic, and it's showing the methane emission totals in teragrams per year. And you'll see that for many of these countries, there are order of magnitude differences between the estimates, even within the bottom-up values. Now, this is a major problem for climate policy because these large uncertainties lead to a lack of confidence in climate action. The individual countries report these annual emission inventories to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, or the UNFCCC, and they're the basis of the global stocktake, which is a measure of how well the world is doing on climate goals, and also for the nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, that countries set to decrease their emissions. So if we have such large errors in these bottom-up emission inventories, that translates to large errors in our starting point for climate policy, in our ending point, and for the progress along the way. And so this really undermines climate action. Now, something we can do to improve the situation is we can bring top-down information from atmospheric observations to bear on the inventories to evaluate them and hopefully improve them. And the process of doing this is referred to as an inversion. The way it works is we start with a prior estimate of methane emissions naturally from a national inventory. The example here is for a smaller region of interest than a country. It's for the Permian Basin in Texas and New Mexico. It's the largest oil and gas producing basin in the United States and among the largest in the world. So the prior estimate of emissions is our best guess. It's a starting point. We then apply an atmospheric transport model, which simulates flow through the atmosphere to predict what concentrations of methane we would observe in the atmosphere, whether from an aircraft or from the ground or from a satellite, if those were the true emissions. We then compare the predicted concentrations with the actual observed concentrations, and the inversion consists in that comparison, in adjusting the map of methane emissions up or down in different areas to produce a better match between the simulation and the observations. And the end result is what we refer to as a posterior or optimal emission estimate. Now, there's been a lot of interest in doing this type of work with satellites because satellites have routine global coverage. And this is the current and planned satellite observing system for methane. So I'll review some of the capabilities we have. You'll see that there are very many instruments here. The ones underlined in green are launched and active. They fall into two broad categories: area flux mappers, which are designed for global and regional scale analysis, and point source imagers that can zoom into very high resolution to resolve individual plumes from industrial facilities. So first, how do these instruments work? Next slide, please. Go back here. There we go. So these instruments see methane in the atmosphere from backscattered sunlight in the shortwave infrared part of the light spectrum. Methane has a unique absorption signature in the shortwave infrared, and so the instruments look at light that travels through the atmosphere from the sun and then reflects from the Earth's surface back up through the atmosphere to the satellite, and they look for that signature of absorption in the shortwave infrared to infer the amount of methane that was in that slanted column of the atmosphere. We can compare all these different instruments in terms of the magnitude and spatial scale of emissions they can quantify. The oldest instrument that we've had since 2009 is GOSAT. So GOSAT is providing the longest historical record of global methane concentration data from space. It's a very high quality instrument, very precise measurements, but the spatial resolution is relatively coarse. So it mainly provides information on emissions at continental scales. In 2017, we got a game changer in tropomi, which, like GOSAT, has global coverage, but it observes the whole world every day, and it does this at much finer spatial resolution of just a few kilometers. And so this gets us down to the regional scale, for example, of individual oil and gas basins like the Permian. Here I'm showing 1 month of tropomi observations for the Permian, where we can see clear hotspots of methane concentrations over the Delaware subbasin, which is to the west, and the Midland subbasin here to the east. These are the two centers of methane or natural gas production in the basin. Now, what tropomi can't do is resolve the individual point sources that are giving rise to these large regional hotspots. And that has really been the focus of the point source imagers, starting with the target mode instruments like GHGSat. So these satellites don't have global coverage in the sense of tropomi and GOSAT. They can observe anywhere in the world, but they have to be tasked and targeted to zoom into an area of interest. They observe that area, usually a relatively small patch of the Earth's surface, but they do it at a really high spatial resolution, down to about 30 meters. And this allows them to resolve methane emission plumes coming from individual industrial facilities like oil and gas facilities in the Permian or landfills in India. And this has been a really exciting development in satellite remote sensing of methane because it allows us to directly identify opportunities to reduce emissions and generate actionable information for emission mitigation. There's been so much interest in the point source capability that it's actually led to the expansion of our methane observing system to include satellites not originally designed for methane sensing, including land surface mappers like Sentinel-2 and Landsat. These are instruments that produce data we're used to seeing, for example, on Google Earth, that show high resolution visible surface imagery, but they also have shortwave infrared bands, and we can use them, it turns out, to image very large methane plumes around the world at high resolution. And that capability was even more recently extended to geostationary orbit, starting with the US Geostationary Operational Environmental Satellites, or GOES. This is the United States Operational Weather Satellite System. And what makes it unique on this chart is its position in geostationary orbit. So what do I mean by that? All of the other instruments are in low Earth orbit, which means that they orbit a few hundred kilometers overhead. They complete several orbits per day, and they usually pass overhead at around the same local time every day or every few days. GOES is much further away, more than 30,000 kilometers away. In geostationary orbit, it revolves around the Earth at the same rate as the Earth rotates, and so it's always staring at the same plot, the same area of the surface. So GOES in particular takes snapshots of the Western Hemisphere every 5 to 10 minutes, and with its shortwave infrared bands, we can use this to essentially film very large methane point releases from geostationary orbit. This is an example of a large release from a natural gas pipeline in Mexico called the El Encino La Laguna, or EEL pipeline, that transports Permian gas to Mexican markets. On May 12th, 2019, GOES picks up this 3-hour release of about 1,200 tons of methane from the pipeline. And this was a maintenance event. It came from what's called a block valve station. It's a facility that pipeline operators use to segment the pipeline, to empty a segment of the pipeline before conducting maintenance. We can see similar events in the United States as well. Here's an example of a double pipeline release seen by GOES from a pipeline in Indiana. This one, which occurred June 15th, 2020, was observed also by tropomi several hours later over Illinois. And with GOES from geostationary orbit, we can actually trace those plumes back to their origin one state over. So we have a really wide range of capabilities for observing methane from space. And as exciting as those point source imagers are for their direct climate actionability, those large point sources account for a relatively small fraction of total methane emissions, for example, at the national or continental scale, that are so critical for climate policy. And it's the area flux mappers like Tropomi and GOSAT, which can give a clearer picture of those global and continental and national scale emissions. So this would be the focus of my talk today, will be this capability for global mapping with Tropomi. The video on the bottom left here is showing the Tropomi observing configuration and how it covers the whole globe every day, producing more than 100 million observations per year. The image in the background is showing a global map of methane concentrations from Tropomi for the year 2021. And we can see in this map these large hotspots that are emerging from areas with high emissions. For example, in China, in India, from the Sud wetlands in South Sudan, from across Nigeria, and from the Permian Basin in Texas and New Mexico, to name a few examples. And one of the things that we can do with this very large data set is we can quantify emissions coming from these hotspots, these regions of interest, and also from individual countries. So this plot is showing satellite-based estimates of total methane emissions coming from the top 10 emitting countries. The bulk of the emissions come from the top 5, China, India, the US, Brazil, and Russia, but with very different sectoral mixes. Emissions from China are largely from coal mining and livestock. Emissions from the US and Russia have important contributions from oil and gas. And in India and Brazil, the main sources of methane are livestock. So all of these countries have different priorities and levers that they can use to cut their methane emissions. Critically, of these top 10 emitting countries, only 5 have signed the Global Methane Pledge of 2021, now signed by more than 150 countries, to collectively cut methane emissions by 30% by 2030 relative to 2020 levels. So there's still a lot of work to do to get more high-emitting countries on board to coordinate methane emission reductions. And this kind of information that's so critical for global climate policy can be generated from the inversion procedure that I outlined earlier. And so the question now is, how do we get this into the hands of stakeholders, the policymakers and industry leaders who are actually driving the methane emission mitigation efforts? And this is where the IMI, the integrated methane inversion, comes in. The IMI is a tool for stakeholders to quantify total methane emissions from satellite data. IMI users can quantify methane emissions for any region at 25-kilometer resolution with careful accounting of uncertainties, compare their results to bottom-up emission inventories, set up near real-time continuous monitoring for their region of interest, and run the IMI and access it freely on the AWS cloud, and as I'll show shortly, also through a more user-friendly dashboard. Under the IMI hood are advanced inverse methods that have been extensively documented in the scientific literature and through the IMI, made easy to use. A team of Harvard developers continuously working to improve the capabilities of the tool, and an open source code base for total transparency of methods and results. Now, the IMI is really designed to be applied to the problems of non-expert stakeholders, whether they're from national, state, or local governments around the world, international organizations, industry groups, NGOs, or advocacy groups. Users can select a region and period of interest using a simple configuration file, and then run an inversion of satellite observations on the cloud. The algorithms running behind the scenes are developed and maintained by our group at Harvard. And of course, the goal is to produce actionable total emissions data for regions of interest. I want to emphasize that this tool is completely open source and open access. It's freely available on the AWS marketplace, and that is to ensure transparency, reproducibility, and credibility, which are totally essential for applications to climate policy. Now, this is an example of how IMI version 1.2, the latest version available on AWS, can be applied to estimate methane emissions from a region of interest. Here, the Permian Basin, again in Texas and New Mexico, and it's applied to a 1-month period, May 2018. So we're trying to estimate the average methane emissions that came out of the basin during that month. The user starts by selecting their region and period of interest. Here it's the Permian Basin at 25-kilometer resolution for a month. But this can be as simple as the latitude and longitude bounds of a rectangular domain and a start and an end date. There's then what we call an IMI preview feature. And this is a feature that we introduced to allow users to get a sense of what to expect from their inversion before they commit to actually running it on the cloud. Running the inversion on the cloud uses AWS compute resources and their associated fees. So we want users to be able to configure their inversion and feel confident that it's going to return useful results before committing to running it on the cloud. The preview allows the user to check data quality and to view the prior emission estimates that are going to be used in the inversion, to view the satellite observations that will be used in the inversion that are available on the cloud. Here are 20,000 observations for the Permian Basin for May 2018, seen by Tropomi, and then also to estimate the expected dollar cost. Once the user is happy with their configuration, they can submit the inversion with a single command, and it will run behind the scenes and deliver a posterior emission estimate. So in the example here, we started with a prior estimate from the Environmental Defense Fund for the Permian Basin, which puts total methane emissions from the basin at 2.7 teragrams per year. We then confronted that prior estimate with 20,000 Tropomi observations during May 2018 and inferred a posterior optimized methane emission 30% higher at about 3.5 teragrams per year. We've had a lot of interest in this tool so far. We currently have 50 to 100 users across more than 10 countries and about 20 interested organizations who are running the IMI, including the 4 that I've highlighted here. So that was IMI version 1.2, but later this month, we'll be releasing IMI 2.0, which will greatly expand the capabilities of the tool. We are expanding input options, including options to incorporate information on point sources observed in the region of interest. We are introducing a suite of multi-scale inversion capabilities from the global scale down to the scale of small regions of interest, like individual oil and gas basins, but even individual urban areas. And we're enriching the output to include, for example, information useful for continuous emission monitoring, where we update emission estimates as satellite data roll in, and also options for national and sectoral disaggregation of results. We also have a host of future developments in the works. We're working on improving the user dashboard to make the tool more user-friendly and to improve the ease of input and output management. We want to exploit new satellite data sets as they become available, starting with MethaneSat, which launched just a few months ago in March, and will be delivering very high-quality methane data for global oil and gas basins, and also the up-and-coming Carbon Mapper mission for point sources. We're working on improving the resolution of the IMI from 25 kilometers down to 12 kilometers, and I'll show an example of that new feature in action. And then also we have started working on extending our capability for methane to other greenhouse gases and especially CO2. This is working towards an integrated carbon inversion or ICI system. Next slide, please. Oh, all right, there we go. Okay, in parallel with all of that development, we are also working on an operational platform for accessing the IMI. And this is a web-based user interface that we're calling Integral Earth. There's a mock-up shown here of what a customized emission dashboard for the Permian Basin might look like through this tool. And the goal is to use this to really put the power of satellite observations more easily into the hands of the stakeholders, the policymakers and industry leaders who are really driving emission mitigation efforts. Now, the remainder of my talk, I'd like to do a deep dive into some of the different applications of the IMI and how we can use it to quantify methane emissions across scales. So as we've seen already, one of the key applications of the IMI is to evaluate countries' official emission inventories, or the national emission reports to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. And this is an example of how this can look from a recent paper by Zichong Chen et al. In 2023. Zhichang used tropomi observations to optimize methane emissions for 23 countries in the Middle East and North Africa at 25-kilometer resolution. In all cases, the prior estimate, or the best guess starting point for the inversion, was from the country's submission to the UNFCCC. The table here shows some example results in terms of the differences between the posterior optimized emission estimates and the prior best guess emission estimates, broken down into different industrial sectors and also the anthropogenic total. For example, if we look at Algeria, it would appear, based on satellite observations, that the national emission report from Algeria underestimates methane emissions from the country by about 75%. And the bulk of that underestimate is due to underestimates in methane emissions from gas production. By contrast, if we look at Iran, the anthropogenic total emissions reported to the UNFCCC are very similar between the inventory and our satellite assessment. But if we look at some of the industry-wise breakdowns, we see that there are some important discrepancies. So for example, estimates of methane emissions from oil production in Iran seem to be dramatically overestimated, while estimates from gas production, livestock, and waste are significantly underestimated. We can repeat this exercise in other parts of the world, including South America, for example. These are results from a paper recently submitted by Sarah Hancock et al. In 2024 that used the IMI with tropomi and GOSAT data to estimate methane emissions from individual countries in South America. Now, Sarah found that South American anthropogenic methane emissions are about 55% higher than reported to the UNFCCC. The emissions are dominated by livestock, about 65% of the total. The satellite estimates actually match reports quite well for Brazil and Bolivia and Paraguay, but are much higher than reported elsewhere on the continent. And Sarah finds that this is likely because official cattle emission factors, the estimate of the typical emissions of methane per cow, are about 50% too low everywhere except for in Brazil and Bolivia. So these are examples of how we can use satellites to find areas of potential improvement in countries' national emission estimates and ways to improve these official emission inventories. We can also apply this framework to evaluate the EPA inventory for methane emissions in the United States at 25-kilometer resolution. This is work from Hannah Nesser et al. In 2024 that used tropomi observations to correct the 2023 US EPA inventory. The correction factors are shown here on the left. These are the correction factors needed to bring the EPA inventory more into line with observations from tropomi. Overall, Hannah finds that the emissions in the EPA inventory are too low by about 13%. And if she breaks them into the component industrial sectors, she actually finds, in some cases, larger discrepancies. So in this plot here on the right, the shaded bars are posterior emission estimates. The unshaded bars are prior emission estimates. Hannah's finding that according to tropomi observations, the EPA inventory should report about 11% more livestock emissions, about 12% more oil and gas, about 30% less emissions from coal. In other words, Hannah's finding that the US EPA inventory is overestimating methane emissions from coal, but also that it's significantly underestimating methane emissions from landfills by a factor of about 50%. And so Hannah looked into this and found that this is likely because EPA emissions for individual landfills have large errors. Those could be due to overestimates in gas recovery, overestimates of the decay rate of methane emissions from the landfill, and then also from inadequate accounting of operating practices between landfills, which can vary significantly from site to site. Now, this is an example of this new 12-kilometer capability that we're introducing into the IMI. This is work from Xiaoling Wang et al. In our group from 2024, still in prep. And Xiaolin has applied the IMI, looking at tropomi observations, to estimate methane emissions from large US urban areas. And here's an example of what tropomi sees around the Atlanta urban area. And we can see that within the metropolitan boundaries, there are some high methane concentrations in the dark red colors there. Overall, what Shaolin finds is that the EPA inventory generally is underestimating methane emissions from cities. For 7 of these urban areas, the underestimates range from about 12 to 400%, and that major outlier is for Miami. So we have some very large underestimates in some cases. By contrast, emissions for Los Angeles seem to be overestimated by about 30%, 36% in the EPA inventory, and these other cities are relatively well captured. Zooming in a little bit to the LA area, Shaolin finds that some of the hotspots in our satellite-based emission estimates, especially at this 12-kilometer resolution, correspond closely with the locations of active landfills, which are shown here as magenta circles. And this is something that's not so clear in the default 25-kilometer resolution product. So it really shows the power of increasing the spatial resolution of these inversions. Now I'll switch gears a little bit and talk about a different application of the IMI, which is for continuous monitoring of emissions from regions of interest. One of the great strengths of TROPOMI is that it has daily observations of the whole world. So we have really high frequency information coming in about methane every day. And we therefore have an opportunity to use this to continuously monitor emissions over time. As more data come in, we can update our estimates. And so this is what we've done in IMI 2.0. We have introduced an option for this application. Example of it in action is shown here for the Permian Basin again. In the top left here, I'm showing 1 week of a typical week of TROPOMI observations for the Permian Basin, where again, we can see these hotspots over the centers of production, the Delaware and Midland subbasins. And then in the bottom right, the results of 127 consecutive weekly inversions using the IMI. And so those are the black points showing our best estimates of the total methane emission rate from the basin every week. The red line is showing a 4-week moving average. And so in this study, what we found is that methane emissions from the Permian are extremely variable, especially on multi-week scales. And as part of the study, we tried to investigate what might be driving those emissions. We found that 2 of the most important drivers appear to be new well development, the rate at which new wells come online to produce oil and gas. We found that on a couple of occasions, large increases in the rate of well development led to surges in methane emissions, and then also trends in natural gas prices. In particular, we saw a period when the local natural gas price crashed dramatically, and during that period, we saw a strong uptick in methane emissions. Okay, here we go. So we can extend this work to look also at trends in methane intensity from oil and gas basins. So methane intensity is a measure of the efficiency of oil and gas operations. It's defined as the amount of methane emitted from an oil and gas basin divided by the methane gas produced. So for example, here for the Permian Basin, during this period from May 2018 through nearly the end of 2020, we see a mean methane intensity of 4.5% for the Permian. That means that of all of the natural gas produced and sent to market in the Permian Basin, 4.6% of that was also released to the atmosphere. Now, interestingly, we see a decreasing trend in the methane intensity during this period by about 1% per year, from 5 to 6% in 2018 to 3 to 4% in 2020. And this would indicate some improvements in operator practices, because during this period, oil and gas production were surging. However, these methane intensity levels are still an order of magnitude higher than the industry targets from the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, or OGCI, which is to get below 0.2% by 2025. So there's a lot of work still to do. Now, we obviously want to be able to monitor this operationally and continuously. And our vision for an operational continuous monitoring system with the IMI looks something like this. We start with a triggering event, which can be very simple, something like, it's Monday morning, we want to run some inversions before people come into the office for our regions of interest. This leads to the IMI being deployed to an AWS compute instance through a software container. The inversion is automatically run and the results pushed to the simple storage service, or S3. That's the main storage service in AWS. And that's where the results reside for the user to then go and inspect them, but also to be used as the prior estimate or the starting point for the inversion in the next update period. And this is an example of what this framework might look like in action for 5 US oil and gas basins: the Permian, Anadarko, Barnett, Eagle Ford, and Haynesville. Those are in Texas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. And the plot here on the left is showing weekly methane emission estimates from the IMI for these 5 basins for the years 2022 and 2023. We generated this plot about 3 weeks into January of this year. And so that's our real latency right now, is maybe 3 to 4 weeks. We're working on getting that down to just a couple of days so that we can run this framework closer to real time, and say every Monday have information on what happened the previous week. But already from here, we can see some interesting trends. One is that in the Permian during this period, there appears to be a seasonal trend with higher emissions during the winter and lower during the summer. And some other research groups have seen this as well, but the reason why is still under debate. More generally, all of these basins are showing over this 2-year period relatively uniform, or even in some cases decreasing emissions, despite surging production everywhere except for in the Barnett Basin. And so that would indicate that as recently as December of 2023, that trend we saw of decreasing methane intensity is continuing for US oil and gas production. And the last application that I want to show today is applying this continuous monitoring framework to Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan is a country in Central Asia that's a major producer of oil and especially natural gas, and that has had the methane spotlight on it now for several years, going back to the discovery in 2019 by GHGSat of extremely large methane point sources from oil and gas infrastructure in the country. And the plot in the background here is showing detections of methane superemitters, or very, very large point sources, seen by TRPOMI and documented by the Esron Netherlands Institute for Space Research. This is just for the year 2023. So we have very large methane emissions coming from Turkmenistan, from oil and gas, and there have been ongoing diplomatic efforts to try to understand why and what might be done about it, including most recently taken up by the Biden administration. And so our contribution to all of these efforts and the scientific studies underway is to monitor methane emissions across Turkmenistan every week and observe trends over time. And so these are some preliminary results from that work. On the top left here, I'm showing the weekly methane emission estimates, the national totals for Turkmenistan over 4 years, from 2020 through the end of 2023. The average emissions during that period are about 6 teragrams per year. Seems like there are 2 regimes of variability, where in the first half of the time period, there's a sort of uniform march upwards. And then starting about August 2021, what looks like a seasonal variability sets in, this time with lower emissions in the winter than in the summer, which is opposite what we saw in the Permian Basin. The graphic to the right here is showing the same results, but as a map of weekly emissions. It shows the emissions moving around the country over time. And something we like to do to validate and provide confidence in our inversion results is to compare with independent observations. In the US, we often have a wealth of independent observations. There may be ground observations within an oil and gas basin, say from a tall tower network, or from aircraft who have flown around the basins or around a city to study methane emissions. But in Turkmenistan, we don't have that. However, what we do have are independent detections of point sources from many of those satellites that I showed earlier in the talk when we were looking at the methane observing system. And so what I'm showing here is a scatter plot of the sum of point sources detected every week during 2023 by all of those different instruments compared to the regional total emission estimates we get from the IMI and Tropomi during that week. And we see here that we have an excellent correlation, an R value of about 0.85. And so this is one way that we can really lend confidence in our inversion results. And so I'm going to end my talk there. I hope I've given a useful overview of the methane problem, why we need tools like the IMI, how the IMI works, and some of the applications that we can use it for to help support methane emission mitigation. Again, I'll say that the IMI is an openly accessible tool on the AWS marketplace. All you need to access it is an AWS account. If you're interested in trying it, I would encourage you to check out the IMI website and also to contact our development team. Again, I'm Daniel Varon here, the second name from the bottom. Feel free to reach out to us with any questions. We're very responsive. We like to help people get set up with the tool. And also, we are planning a virtual user workshop for the IMI later this year in October. If you're interested in attending that, feel free to reach out and we will keep you in the loop. So with that, thank you very much.